Are we good, KCRT?
We see you and hear you. Thank you.
Can't hear you. KCRT, are we good?
Yes, you're good.
Excellent. Okay, all right. See you in a minute.
Test 1, 2. Councilmember Jimenez, we're trying to bring you in to the meeting. Please look to your screen for a dialog box.
Two, three. I see 3 city council members. Anybody else out there?
Half pages coming in.
Okay, we have a quorum. Are you ready? Are you ready, Madam Clerk?
Yes.
Okay, welcome to the open session to hear public comment before closed session. Call the roll, please.
Councilmember Bates,
Present.
Councilmember Jimenez,
Presente.
Councilmember Johnson will be absent for this meeting and all the remaining meetings. Vice Mayor Martinez,
All of the remaining meetings?
yes,
You mean,
be absent tonight,
oh, the remaining meetings tonight?
right?
Okay, thanks.
Vice Mayor Martinez.
Here.
Okay, Councilmember McLaughlin is absent. Councilmember Willis is absent, and Mayor Butt.
Here. Okay, would you read the closed session items, please?
Yes, this evening during closed session, the council will discuss the following items. Conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, Wine Haven Legacy LLC versus City of Richmond et al. Conference with labor negotiators, agency representatives, Jacqueline Gross and Anil Camello. Employee organizations include SEIU Local 1021, full-time and part-time units, IFPTE Local 21 Mid-Level Management Unit and Executive Management Units, Richmond Police Officers Association, Richmond Police Management Association, IAFF Local 188, and Richmond Fire Management Association.
Okay, do you have any public speakers?
Yes, we do.
Okay, I will call the speakers. I have Jeannie Courts, Henry, Sally Tobin, and KT. Jeannie Courts, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Yes, thank you. Jeannie Courts, Richmond resident. I want to thank the city council members, Gail McLaughlin, Claudia Jimenez, Melvin Willis, Eduardo Martinez, and Denlis Johnson, who voted yes to the resolution to not continue the contract with SunCal because they had not met their contractual obligations. I also want to thank our city attorney, David Alshire, and our city staff who did their due diligence, showing SunCal's failure to show any proof of how they would pay for the project and the documents required to close the sale. SunCal had ample opportunity, but in the end, they failed. SunCal wanted the city of Richmond to pay for the infrastructure for Point Mulati, which would have drained our general fund and also would have forced Richmond residents to pay for a 24/7 fire station and police station for only 1,400 homes. How unfair is that? Many residents warned the city that SunCal would put the costs and financial risk on the city, and that SunCal had again and again and again sued cities and claimed bankruptcies. Yet the mayor rammed through SunCal and the SunCal plan, causing this terrible mess. As for the $400 right to sell Point Mulati to Upstream and the tribe for the next 5 years, when the mayor orchestrated the backroom settlement deal with Upstream and the tribe to get the council votes he needed, he was well aware that the $400 sale price for Upstream to market Point Mulati was part of the plan he rammed through the council. I'm tired of the lies the mayor has been spreading via Z-Forum, attacking our progressive city council members who did the right and financially responsible thing by rejecting the sale of Point Mulati to SunCal. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next.
Just a quick note, City Clerk, that I'm on the Zoom now, so.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, next speaker is Henry. Henry, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes. My name is Henry Powell.
I'm a worker for the city of Richmond. I maintain the marina, maintain the upkeep, and keeping it beautiful. I've been with the city since 2007. Started off as a maintenance aide, but I have worked my way up all the way to a lead worker in the marina. And the reason I'm calling in today is because of the Juneteenth was declared a national holiday by Joe Biden. And I just want you guys to consider, pushing that through and getting that done so we could have a paid holiday. We as a people have been, kind of like being held down for years and years and years. And we finally, starting to see some kind of daylight. And I just hope that you guys would, push this through. And I realize it may not happen this year, but, can you guys just, get on it? And that way we don't have to wait so long to get that passed. And that's all I had to say. And thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker is Sally Tobin. Sally, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Thank you. I would also like to express my thanks to City Council members Jimenez, McLaughlin, Johnson, Martinez, and Willis, as well as to the dedicated city attorney and city staff for their tireless work on behalf of the city of Richmond in the matter of Point Malate. I appreciate the time and energy it took to deal with this toxic stew. From the acidic taste, its main ingredients seem to consist of misrepresentation, misinformation, statements of intention, and finally, an astonishing lack of performance by SunCal and its subsidiary, Winehaven LLC. The stew was seasoned with just a sprinkling of facts and legal moves, which took some time to identify. But finally, the dish was ready, and there was a surprising outcome in which SunCal did not complete the purchase. So now we are in a new chapter involving a lawsuit by SunCal, who is somehow more willing to sue than to live up to their agreement to make the purchase. And simultaneously, the city now must adhere to the settlement negotiated by the mayor and convey rights to market Point Malate to Upstream and the Giddyville tribe. The city council meetings have become the most exciting serial in town. Thank you for your steady hands and for your ability to ferret out the facts and move forward for the benefit of Richmond and its residents. Thanks very much.
Thank you. Next speaker is KT. KT, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Thank you. Am I unmuted?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay. Sorry about the initials on the Zoom. Kevin Tisdale, City of Richmond employee, Vice President, SEIU, Richmond chapter. I want to call and echo the sentiments of Henry and others for the Juneteenth holiday. We were asking the City Council to support that, to agendize that, and to move on that. President Joe Biden did make it a national holiday, as well as other neighboring cities throughout the Bay Area, throughout the county, and throughout the United States have made that and formalized that as a holiday. So we would like the city of Richmond to show leadership and to make that move to make it a holiday as well. And I have my time. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Angela Walton. Angela, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start. Angela Walton. If you could please unmute yourself.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Angela Walton. I'm a project manager for City of Richmond Public Works Administrative Service Division. I've worked with the city for about 35 years in various aspects of the administrative capacity. I'm also the vice president and proud member of IFPTE Local 21 for the executive managers. I am coming before you tonight in regards to what my other fellow members have in regards to Juneteenth. And I really, want you to understand what it means to me, my family, and our community. Before I came to city of Richmond some 36 years ago, I didn't know what Juneteenth meant. It was not talked about down south in Louisiana. You know, we still have some of our elder people down there who are still afraid to approach other nationalities without looking them in the eyes or saying, yes, sir, yes, ma'am, and all of that stuff. And, you know, in this day and age, it is time for all of that stuff to be buried in the hay. So I'm coming before you tonight, asking you to consider putting Juneteenth on the calendar, on your next agenda calendar, to make it an official holiday for us, not necessarily this year, but all years going forward. I thank you for your time and have a good evening.
Thank you. There are no more public speakers.
Okay, thank you. We are adjourned to closed session.
Due to COVID-19, this meeting will be conducted via Zoom pursuant to the provisions of the Governor's Urgency Measure Assembly Bill 361, which suspends certain requirements of the Brown Act. The mayor will call upon council members, staff, and other guest speakers by name. Please speak clearly and state your name before giving comments or remarks. Council members, staff, and guest speakers participating via Zoom with their cameras enabled are reminded that their activities are visible to viewers. Community members participating via Zoom wishing to speak should use the raised hand feature or dial *9 if participating via phone, and the mayor or city clerk will call upon them at the appropriate time. Community members will have up to 2 minutes to speak, 3 minutes for public hearings. After the speaker's time expires, staff will lower their hand and mute their mic. Community members participating via phone will be called upon to speak by the last 4 digits of their phone number. Public input and participation are of the utmost importance to the City of Richmond City Council. Therefore, it is important for public speakers to be ready to address the council when called upon. Public speakers are requested to state their names and city of residence, but providing such information is voluntary. Written public comments received before and during the meeting in accordance with the COVID-19 public comment guidelines printed on the meeting agenda will be entered into the record and published at the clerk's office webpage. If authors of written correspondence would also like to speak on the item, they should raise their hand when prompted by the mayor, and the city clerk will call upon them at the appropriate time. A roll call vote will be taken for all action items. The meeting can be seen on KCRT's TV channel and is being streamed on Zoom, YouTube, and kcrt.com. Thank you for participating in a meeting of the City of Richmond City Council.
Debido a COVID-19, esta reunión se llevará a cabo a través de Zoom en conformidad con las provisiones de la medida de urgencia del gobernador de la Ley de la Asamblea 361, que suspende ciertos requisitos de la Ley Brown. El alcalde llamará a los concejales, a los empleados de la ciudad y a otros invitados a hablar por nombre. Por favor, hable claramente y diga su nombre antes de dar su comentario. Se recuerda a los concejales, empleados de la ciudad y otros invitados participando a través de Zoom con sus cámaras encendidas que sus actividades son visibles al público. Miembros de la comunidad participando a través de Zoom que deseen hablar deberían de usar la función levantar la mano, en inglés raise hand, o marcar *9 si están participando por teléfono. El alcalde y la secretaria municipal llamarán a los oradores en el momento apropiado. Miembros de la comunidad tendrán hasta 2 minutos para hablar y 3 minutos para temas de audiencias públicas. Después de que se expire el tiempo de orador, se le bajará la mano y el micrófono será silenciado. Miembros de la comunidad participando por teléfono serán llamados para su turno usando los últimos 4 dígitos de su número de teléfono. Los comentarios y la participación del público son de suma importancia para el Consejo Municipal. Por lo tanto, es importante que los oradores públicos estén listos para dar sus comentarios al Consejo Municipal cuando sean llamados. Se pide que los oradores públicos indiquen sus nombres y ciudad de residencia, pero proveer dicha información es voluntario. Comentarios escritos recibidos antes y durante la reunión, de acuerdo con las reglas designadas para comentario público durante el COVID-19, imprimidos en la agenda de la reunión, serán ingresados en el registro y se publicarán en la página web de la Secretaría Municipal. Si los autores de la correspondencia escrita también desean hablar sobre el tema, deberían levantar la mano cuando sea pedido por el alcalde, y la Secretaría Municipal los llamará en el momento apropiado. Se realizará una votación nominal para todos los puntos de acción. La reunión se podrá ver en el canal de televisión de KCRT y también se transmitirá en Zoom, YouTube y kcrt.com. Gracias por participar en una reunión de Consejo Municipal de la Ciudad de Richmond.
Jason, are you there? JC, are you there?
Yes, sir.
All right, I will mute your microphone right now. When the meeting gets started, I'll turn you back on.
All right.
Oh, and also, I'm going to bring some people in. Eric Govan, look for a Fox panelist. Steve Linderman. Angela Watson. Hi, this is Richard from KCRT, trying to bring in the mayor and council members to the meeting. Look for a dialogue box on your screen.
Councilmember McLaughlin, are you here? Guess not. Okay, we got a quorum, Madam Clerk. Are you ready?
Yes.
Okay, welcome everyone to the regular meeting of the Richmond Housing Authority. We'll start with that tonight. Would you call the roll, please?
Commissioner Bates,
Present.
Commissioner Jimenez,
Presente.
Commissioner Johnson will be absent. Vice Chair Martinez. Vice Chair Martinez is absent. Commissioner McLaughlin.
Here.
Commissioner Willis will also be absent. And Chair Butt.
Here.
And Tenant Commissioner Scott.
I'm
Here.
sorry. I wasn't in as a panelist and I just got in.
Okay, thank you.
Mhm.
How about Commissioner Scott?
Commissioner Scott is here.
I see her. Okay. Okay, would you run the public comment instructional video, please?
Due to COVID-19, this meeting will be conducted via Zoom pursuant to the provisions of the Governor's Urgency Measure Assembly Bill 361, which suspends certain requirements of the Brown Act. The mayor will call upon council members, staff, and other guest speakers by name. Please speak clearly and state your name before giving comments or remarks. Council members, staff, and guest speakers participating via Zoom with their cameras enabled are reminded that their activities are visible to viewers. Community members participating via Zoom wishing to speak should use the raised hand feature or dial *9 if participating via phone. and the mayor or city clerk will call upon them at the appropriate time. Community members will have up to 2 minutes to speak, 3 minutes for public hearings. After the speaker's time expires, staff will lower their hand and mute their mic. Community members participating via phone will be called upon to speak by the last 4 digits of their phone number. Public input and participation are of the utmost importance to the City of Richmond City Council. Therefore, it is important for public speakers to be ready to address the council when called upon. Public speakers are requested to state their names and city of residence, but providing such information is voluntary. Written public comments received before and during the meeting in accordance with the COVID-19 public comment guidelines printed on the meeting agenda will be entered into the record and published at the clerk's office webpage. If authors of written correspondence would also like to speak on the item, they should raise their hand when prompted by the mayor, and the city clerk will call upon them at the appropriate time. A roll call vote will be taken for all action items. The meeting can be seen on KCRT's TV channel and is being streamed on Zoom, YouTube, and kcrt.com. Thank you for participating in a meeting of the City of Richmond City Council.
Debido a COVID-19, esta reunión se llevará a cabo a través de Zoom en conformidad con las provisiones de la medida de urgencia del gobernador de la Ley de la Asamblea 361, que suspende ciertos requisitos de la Ley Brown. El alcalde llamará a los concejales, a los empleados de la ciudad y a otros invitados a hablar por nombre. Por favor, hable claramente y diga su nombre antes de dar su comentario. Se recuerda a los concejales, empleados de la ciudad y otros invitados participando a través de Zoom con sus cámaras encendidas que sus actividades son visibles al público. Miembros de la comunidad participando a través de Zoom que deseen hablar deberían de usar la función levantar la mano, en inglés raise hand, o marcar *9 si están participando por teléfono. El alcalde y la secretaria municipal llamarán a los oradores en el momento apropiado. Miembros de la comunidad tendrán hasta 2 minutos para hablar y 3 minutos para temas de audiencias públicas. Después de que se expire el tiempo de orador, se le bajará la mano y el micrófono será silenciado. Miembros de la comunidad participando por teléfono serán llamados para su turno usando los últimos 4 dígitos de su número de teléfono. Los comentarios y la participación del público son de suma importancia para el Consejo Municipal. Por lo tanto, es importante que los oradores públicos estén listos para dar sus comentarios al Consejo Municipal cuando sean llamados. Se pide que los oradores públicos indiquen sus nombres y ciudad de residencia, pero proveer dicha información es voluntario. Comentarios escritos recibidos antes y durante la reunión, de acuerdo con las reglas designadas para comentario público durante el COVID-19, imprimidos en la agenda de la reunión, serán ingresados en el registro y se publicarán en la página web de la Secretaría Municipal. Si los autores de la correspondencia escrita también desean hablar sobre el tema, deberían levantar la mano cuando sea pedido por el alcalde, y la Secretaría Municipal los llamará en el momento apropiado. Se realizará una votación nominal para todos los puntos de acción. La reunión se podrá ver en el canal de televisión de KCRT y también se transmitirá en Zoom, YouTube y kcrt.com. Gracias por participar en una reunión de Consejo Municipal de la ciudad de Richmond.
Okay, next item is statement of conflict of interest. Does anyone have one? Next item, report from the executive director.
Good evening, KCRT. Can you share?
Yes.
It's coming.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, we see it.
Thank you so much. Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. Just have a few updates for you this evening. Next slide. So RHA is pleased to welcome Edward Medrano as a Senior Resident Housing Manager, Christina Vanilla, Resident Housing Manager. Edward has been working with the Housing Authority through a temporary agency, so he's very familiar with our sites, and we're really excited about him joining the Richmond Housing Authority team as an employee. And Christina successfully participated in the Richmond Build program, so we're really excited to have her on board. She is located at the Nevin Avenue site, and Edward is primarily at the Nystrom site, although you'll see him regularly at Nevin. Thank you to Human Resources, the City Manager's Office, for ongoing support. This has been a long journey, but we are finally fully staffed at RHA. Next slide. So with regard to Nevin Plaza, RHA and EAH continue to move forward with scheduled rehabilitation of Nevin at the end of this year, early next year. EAH, along with our crew, has submitted a TCAC or tax credit application in March, and we received favorable information, and we hope to receive approval at the June 15th meeting for tax credits. We continue to meet with the residents and the Housing Advisory Commission for updates at Nevin. Hacienda. As many of you may have seen, there's construction and rehabilitation ongoing at the Hacienda site. It really looks good and is scheduled to be complete in the fall of 2022, this year. There's ongoing outreach to former residents, and some of them are getting excited and saying they wish to return at this point. Small number, but nonetheless, they're excited about returning. There will be a site-based wait list open on June 13th, next week, through June 30th. It'll be online, and you can access that information through our website and through the Contra Costa County website. And we will also have flyers posted, and we've already distributed flyers and posters to community-based organizations. And there was a training held a couple of weeks ago on May 27th for the community-based agencies to just learn how to input the online applications and to be able to assist applicants that are interested in applying for project-based assistance. So it will not only be open for Hacienda, but other project-based waiting lists in the county of Contra Costa. Next slide. We're also very, very excited about our partnership with Richmond Build. Thank you, Tamara Walker and Fred Lucerna and the City Manager's Office for making this collaboration happen. We have started rehab, but basically detrashing vacant units at Nystrom that have been vacant for as many as 4 to 5 years. Detrashing them, cleaning them up, getting them ready for rehab. We started on May 20th, and we have 13 units that are detrashed and ready to start work on, and they continue to work together on Fridays to detrash the units. And Public Works, thank you for your ongoing support with hauling all the trash and the furniture away. It's been an excellent collaboration, and we're so excited. Upcoming next week, next Friday, there will be a quarterly meeting of the RHA Housing Corporation and Easter Hill Housing Corporation. It begins on Friday at 10, and the next meeting is at 10:45, both on the same morning. And that concludes my report. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you for the report. The next item is agenda review. We only have one item on the agenda. It's on the consent calendar.
I have some questions. Can I?
Oh, you have questions? All right, go ahead.
Yeah, so just quickly, Thank you, Nanette, for the report, and I glad to hear that you are almost fully staffed. This has been something that you have been working really hard. I also want to thank Bouquet from the Youth Works, because I know that she has been working really hard to get youth supporting all of these, and not only these, but in all of the departments. My questions to you is, you mentioned that you are going to start reaching out to the former tenants or the former residents who used to live there to apply and come back. But you say that is a small list. So why is that? And then the other part is, how many units will be available for new applicants?
Okay, so we started reaching out to former Hacienda residents last year just to see if they had interest. There were approximately 120 residents there when it closed in 2015. All of those residents either received housing vouchers, housing choice vouchers, or some other form of housing assistance. They may have moved to other public housing developments, but they all have relocated. Some, Sacramento, some out of state. Everybody that received a voucher had the opportunity to move anywhere they wanted with a voucher. We reached out to the former residents at the last known address. We've actually forwarded some notices when we received a forwarding address. But with regard to, do they want to return? There's been a handful of people that initially wanted to return. As the building gets closer to completion, I think that we might receive a little bit more outreach. A little bit more response. When we open the waiting list, it will be specifically for Hacienda, but it will not take precedence. The new people will not take precedence over the former residents. They will always have a place to return as long as there's a unit available. Now, there's 148 units that will be replaced. There will be 2 resident manager units or management units for a total of 150.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, now we'll move to, we did agenda review. We only have one item that's on the consent calendar. Anybody have any changes for that? Don't see any.
For the agenda review for the Housing Authority or for the, okay.
I'm sorry, Councilmember Mendes, what was that?
When you said agenda review is for the Richmond Housing Authority that you are talking about? Or the
Is that a question for Nanette?
Okay. No, it's for you. But
This is
I
the
got
Housing
it.
Authority.
Thank you.
Yes, the Housing Authority.
Yeah, yeah. So anybody, any housing authority agenda review items? I don't see any. Now it's time for housing authority open forum. These are for items that are not on the agenda or on the consent calendar, only for the housing authority, not for not for the rest of the city council items. Do we have any speakers, Madam Clerk?
No, we do not.
Okay. And now we're to the consent calendar. Do we have a motion on the consent calendar?
Move the item.
Okay, motion by Jimenez, second by McLaughlin. Call the roll, please.
Commissioner Bates?
Yes.
Commissioner Jimenez?
Yes.
Commissioner Johnson is absent. Commissioner McLaughlin?
Yes.
Commissioner Willis is absent also. Vice Chair Martinez
Yes.
and Chair Butt.
Yes.
And Tenant Commissioner Scott, sorry.
Yes.
The motion passes with Commissioners Johnson and Willis absent.
Okay, that concludes the housing authority items, and we will adjourn the housing authority meeting and return to the regular meeting of the Richmond City Council. Would you call the roll, please?
Councilmember Bates,
Present.
Councilmember Jimenez,
Presente.
Councilmember Johnson is absent, Vice Mayor Martinez,
Here,
Councilmember McLaughlin,
Here.
Councilmember Willis is absent, and Mayor Butt.
Here. Before we get into the rest of the agenda, I want to mention that I can't remember the last time we were actually able to complete a city council agenda. I'm not optimistic that we'll do so tonight, but we can do it if people will be succinct, if they will be brief and not repetitive and not redundant. And I'm talking about council members, public speakers, and city staff. So let's try to to show some excuse me. Let's try to get this meeting done tonight and cover all the items. So with that, the next item is statement of conflict of interest. Does anyone have a conflict of interest? And I don't see any. Next item is agenda review. I've had a number of requests, and some of them are contradictory, but I'll start off. I would like to move these budget items. X2, receive update on the refinancing of the POBs. Item X1, budget presentation, city manager, police and fire departments, and X3, acknowledge receipt of fiscal year 2022-23 proposed second draft budget. I'd like to move them up to right after the consent calendar. And then I would also like to move up 4.Y.4, presentation of the local roadway safety plan. And then right after that, I want to move up item W.7.A. I want to take it off the consent calendar and move it to new business, primarily because we have a young person who wants to make a very short presentation. And then finally, we'll move up the new business item directly following those items. So are there any other changes anybody wants to make? Councilor Vice Mayor Martinez.
yes, I would like to pull item W2A, expand the terms of appropriated ARPA flex funds. And I'd like to have it heard right after the consent calendar.
Well, can I put it behind all these other things?
Well, I don't think it's going to take that long. And the other things I think will, the other things are actually more related to the budget than this one.
Well, you know, I can't make everyone happy. So,
well, you can make me happy.
Well, I'm saying I can't make everyone happy. So
I know, and I'm saying
I'll move it up behind the 6 items that I already listed, but I'm not going to move it up any further unless you want to make a motion and overrule me.
How about midway?
No.
Well,
We'll
then,
get to it. If it's behind the 6, if it's after the consent calendar, we'll get to it. May not be the first thing. City clerk.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was gonna remove item W2A. We had several requests to remove that item.
You're gonna take it off the consent calendar.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Okay. Any other changes to the agenda?
Would the clerk please explain the order as it's been revised?
Okay, so directly after the consent calendar, we'll hear budget items X1, 2, and 3. After that, we will hear item 4. I'm sorry. Consent calendar item 4.1.
4Y4.
What was it? I'm sorry.
4Y4.
4Y. Okay.
Yeah. Presentation of draft local roadway safety plan.
Okay. 4Y4. Then we'll hear W 7A. And then after that, W2A.
New business item. Okay. All right. Okay. Any other items? I don't see any.
Yeah, I think that there are a lot of people who are interested in W2A, and I would like to have that moved up before all the other consent calendar items that were pulled. So I'd like to make a motion to overrule and move that to the front.
Let's see, W2A.
As the city clerk mentioned, there are a lot of people who are interested in that.
Well, no, I know there are. There are a lot of people interested in all this stuff. So we got a motion. Is there a second?
I'll second it. I don't think it's going to pass, but I'll second it.
Okay, got a motion by Martinez, second by McLaughlin. Let's call the vote, Madam Clerk.
Councilmember Bates,
No.
Councilmember Jimenez,
Yes.
Councilmember Johnson is absent, Councilmember McLaughlin,
Yes.
Councilmember Willis is absent, Vice Mayor Martinez,
Yes.
and Mayor Butt.
No.
The motion fails with Mayor Butt and Councilmember Bates voting no, and Councilmembers Johnson and Willis are absent.
All right. Thank you, Mayor, for allowing democracy to proceed.
Okay, that brings us to report of the city attorney.
Alrighty, so the city council met in closed session tonight on existing litigation, Winehaven versus City of Richmond, and received a brief update. And they also met on conference with labor negotiator, and the council received information but took no reportable action.
Okay, a report from the city manager.
Good evening, Mayor Budd and members of the City Council, Shasta Curl, City Manager. I almost feel like I should ask you, do you want to hear the good news first or the bad news? So since it's already listed for me in this order, I'll start with the not so great news regarding a well that's on our shore. So a number of council members and community members have been contacting the city manager's office. I've coordinated with the mayor, former mayor staff, Gabino Arredondo and Craig Murray are the city staff leads, working with Irene Perdomo in the city manager's office to assist in responding to community concerns. The current situation is that a dead whale has washed up upon the Richmond shoreline last week. It's now located near the Waterline development in Brickyard Cove neighborhood. The United States Army Corps of Engineers, the agency that's responsible for keeping the large bodies of water free of large debris, has communicated to city staff that they are communicating with Richmond residents. They have reached out to them regarding the current conditions of the whale. City staff have also conducted a number of site visits, including on the weekend, so I can commend them for their diligence in trying to be responsive to the community during non-business hours. The USACE will be providing a letter to the City Council by the end of this week that will discuss a timeline of events as well as recommended actions that they are considering. Some of the recommended actions may include USACE partnering with other agencies. In addition, city staff has contacted Congressman DeSaulniers staff, who confirmed that they too have been in contact with the community and their desire for action to be taken. The Congressman staff will also be communicating with USACE. City staff will continue to field questions from the community regarding this whale and have been providing them with the most current information available. We will continue to keep the City Council updated as the situation unfolds. And on behalf of the City of Richmond, I would like to apologize to the residents that have been inconvenienced by these circumstances. It's certainly something that is unpleasant. And we do really appreciate the federal agencies that are responsible for addressing this matter, that they continue to work in a collaborative manner with us to do so. So that's the not so good news. Now on the positive note, this upcoming weekend, Richmond Promise has a fun run. So if you haven't already registered, please sign up for the 5K that's happening this Saturday. You can run or you can walk, or you can just sign up to donate to support our Richmond Promise scholars. It's again happening this Saturday. Everyone is invited, and it's going to be a great event. We're going to celebrate the community and our scholars. Please invite your friends to come to Richmond. Those friends that live outside of our community and see what a wonderful place Richmond is. Post-race, we're going to have food, music, and entertainment taking place at the Craneway Pavilion, which is the start and finish line in partnership with our friends at Assemble Marketplace and the Richmond Ferry Festival. Also, if you have questions, feel free to call or text 510-214-6614. Again, 510-214-6614 for your unique code. What's great about this is it's happening in coordination with Richmond's first Ferry Fest. So please come out to celebrate Richmond's first Ferry Festival with us. The Ferry Fest will take place after the Richmond Promise Fun Run this Saturday, June 11th, from 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. at the Richmond Ferry Terminal. This free event includes 25-minute ferry rides along the shoreline with food, trucks, live music, raffles, and giveaway. For more information, please call 510-620-6512 or visit www.sanfranciscobayferry.com for more information. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor?
Okay. Yes.
Yeah, I just want to add, because I have been in touch with the city manager on this whale issue. I put in a call to the Army Corps of Engineers, and they called me back today. I wasn't able to pick up the call, but they'll be calling again. He left me a message. Some of the residents are just really bombarded with the odor of this decomposing whale. And so, not to mention the Bay Trail folks, but in this case, it's people who live there. And so one thing I asked was if they would be able to, if it's going to take them a long time to remove the whale. They didn't think that burying it was a good idea, which was one of the suggestions. But in terms of moving it, I don't know how long it's going to take. And like I said, I haven't gotten back with him yet. But if they could put some folks up in a motel, if it's going to take too long, I think they should. So I did put that out on my message to them as a suggestion. The guy who returned my call basically said that wasn't his area. So I'll follow up with them, but I just want our residents to know we are following up on this. We realize it's a big major issue, having a big whale in your backyard if you live in the waterline development, which is where the deceased whale has landed. And I also want to say to the city manager, when she talked about the Ferry Fest, that's going to be a big thing. And I have an agenda item coming up for July that's going to ask that we do continuous. I've talked with Lena about it, continuous festivals there, more like food fests, just various vendors that our residents can enjoy maybe once a month. But it'll be great to get it started with this Ferry Fest, as well as the Promise run that will happen on the same day. So that's all I wanted to say. Thank you.
Okay, next item is abatement report from the city manager. Excuse me, city Public Works Director. Sorry.
Good evening, Mayor. I appreciate the promotion, but not quite yet, I suppose. Good evening to you and council members. KCRT, if you could pull up the brief and succinct abatement report. Thank you very much. Been very busy between our abatement staff and parks crew. Next slide, please. Over the course of the last month, we had several dumpster days in Santa Fe, Carriage Hills, both north and south, Point Richmond, and the neighborhood councils there. And between those three areas, had 24 loads removed. Next slide, please. And then we assisted 44 seniors and disabled persons, and that equated to about 24 loads removed. See a lot of activity in the neighborhoods, illegal dumping throughout the town and greenway areas, park spaces, nearly 200 tons removed over the course of May, 117 tires and over 200 mattresses. Next slide, please. We also got into the world of disposing of 87 gallons of oil and paint. Had some oil mitigation that we had to do on some overland areas from illegal dumping. Next slide. 4 encampments were abated, equating to nearly 9 tons. Next slide. And total tonnage for the month of May was nearly almost 210 tons between illegal dumping and encampments. Next slide, please. Also, we're engaged in weed abatement in 16 locations. Next slide. Graffiti removal, nearly 200 tags, over 162 locations. Next slide. And last Thursday, we did embark on mitigating Target, we call Targetville, which is immediately behind Target on McDonald Avenue. 12 truckloads were removed, and we'll talk briefly about our partners that were engaged in that process. Next slide. And that was SOS Richmond was involved in that effort, Sims Metal, Caltrans, BART, RPD, Republic Services, CORE. So it's quite the effort to mitigate both Targetville and then the other community events that you saw that we were highlighted. And with that, I will field any questions you might have.
I had a question, Mr. Mayor.
Go ahead.
There are a number, every time you clean up, there are a number of continuous dumping. Have we considered using cameras that are solar, whereby hopefully we can catch and apprehend some of these individuals? That's one question. The second question, on my way around the city today, there's an encampment on Spring, right off, I guess, Old Erlingston Avenue, which is now July Wood, I think. You clean up one, they pop up somewhere else. What is the policy of the department as it relates to continuous encampments popping up all over the city?
Well, I will let I think the first question is relatively easy to answer. And yes, we have cameras that I believe are on order to be purchased. Mr. Arredondo, I think Gabino, you're engaged in that process as well as part of the iHeart Richmond efforts.
Yes, Councilman Bates, we have had a pilot program with cameras. These are called flash cams. We have actually had a success in being able to have one person admit to their dumping and have a follow-up by our police department. And a second case is ongoing. The barrier I reached last week, that we reached last week, was that PG&E sent us a notice and saying that they don't want us to have the cameras on their poles. So we're trying to see what is a way around it. So as you know, we don't have poles everywhere. The city of Richmond poles are not everywhere in all the hot spots. And in some hot spots, there are these poles that are from PG&E. And so we put up a few cameras and we just got some letters saying that to bring them down. We sent emails to their staff and they said that they don't allow that. So because of some CPUC guidelines, so we'll also be trying to follow up on that to see what partnership we could have to either add new poles or see if there's a way around that for the PG&E. But that's the update on the cameras.
I would suggest that you have the mayor contact PG&E and set up a meeting. This is ridiculous. PG&E is a public utilities, just like the city of Richmond. And if we can't use their poles, and maybe we ought to take necessary action to not allow them to have their poles in the city of Richmond. It's a two-way street on that. And would someone address what is the policy when you have an encampment Do you need directions from the city council to target these vehicles that are mostly unregistered? They're creating a hazard, health hazards and so forth. What do you need from this city council to start removing these vehicles? A good example, I travel all over this city and the other cities. Hercules don't have the problem. Part of Pinot don't have the problem. Walnut Creek don't have the problem. Why does Richmond tolerate this and allow it to continue without enforcement? What do you need to get the job done?
I suppose I'll start. I think we have a pretty, I would contend, a collaborative team between code enforcement out of community development, parking enforcement out of police department, abatement staff, park staff. I think really it's a matter of the resources being mobilized to take care of those particular issues that you're bringing up. I know the last conversation I had with Acting Chief Torona, that they were in background checks for the two parking enforcement candidates. I'm not sure the actual start date that they have slated for them. So that'll take the parking enforcement staff from 1 to 3, which will make an enormous difference on getting vehicles dealt with, illegal vehicles dealt with. And so I think in terms of when encampments pop up, our process is to notify the residents of those areas. I think we have a 72-hour notice in which we afford the opportunity for them to relocate. We bring CORE in to provide them services. And then once the 72 hours are up, then staff comes in between abatement staff, park staff, depending on where the encampment is. Police department will provide support. And then we remove all the debris and mitigate the encampment. So it doesn't require council action. The policy has already been established and adopted by council, that particular protocol.
Well, there's one on, like I say, on Spring Street that's pretty extensive. So
Thank
you
you.
may want to look at it.
I'll bring that to staff's attention. Appreciate that.
Okay, thank you. Okay, moving on. The next item is open forum for public comment. This is for items that are on the consent calendar or are not on the agenda. So Madam Clerk, would you get that process started, please?
Yes.
Okay, I have 4 speakers right now. I have Jesse Teran, Mark Wasberg, Naomi Williams, Pam Stello, and Amanda Jenkins. Jesse Teran, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Hi. So I was just hearing the talk about the encampments and the abatement and the clearings, and I wanted to point out that these vehicles and this garbage you're talking about having removed, these are people. These are their homes. You're talking about the encampments like they're vermin. If you have a problem with how these people are living, help them live better. But don't treat them like garbage. Don't treat their lives like garbage. They have a right to exist, even if they don't have money. If their vehicles need to be registered, help them get their vehicles registered. But do not treat people like garbage just because they have to live in their vehicles. Don't pretend that they're not subject to the same laws. I mean, the laws need to protect the minorities, the people who have no money. Don't villainize them and don't victimize them. You people have access to the resources. You people have access to the public. You have the ability to help. They don't have the ability to do what you want them to do. Do not treat them like they're criminals and just take their lives and throw them away simply because they don't have money to comply with your demands. These people, they don't have water. They don't have garbage. They don't have laundry. If you want there to be, if you want them to live in a way that you would prefer, help them get there. Because this problem is just going to get worse. It's not going to get better on its own. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Mark Wasberg. Mark, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
You hear me?
Yes.
These people in the homeless encampments are too lazy to go out and get a job. Most of them are looking for a freebie, and the city council's encouraging these people to live there. This is why they have a ordinance that you can't be kicked out of the homeless camp. And I want to thank the city manager for buying me my breakfast. I had steak and eggs, I had home fries, I had coffee. That was a pretty good gig. Now in the Ukraine war, these men are dressing up like women because they don't want to fight. They want to claim that there's some type of transgender. But the government ran a check on them. They checked their ID and they find out they're a male. So they told them either you fight or the Russians going to get you and kill you. So either way, you're going to die. So get out there and fight like a man. See, this is what they're trying to weasel their way out. But like I say, sooner or later, your true identity is gonna show up. You can't hide your true identity. I mean, this is getting to be stupid. Guys walking around with bras and panties and wigs and everything and try to claim that they're some type of female species, but they're just living a lie anyway. But like I say, these homeless encampments, man, are just a bunch of, a person, if they want, they could go out and try to help themselves to live. It's not up to government to go ahead and hold their hand and give them handouts every 5 minutes, because this is what the RPA wants to do. They want to make Richmond some type of welfare city where all these lowlifes are going to come in there and asking for money. And what about Ryder Road? How come that's not cleaned up? What about the Castro? How come that's not cleaned up? You got abandoned vehicles that's been sitting there for almost 6 months. Looks like a hellhole, looks like a third world country. Because you know why? Because the city council is telling the police chief not to enforce the law. That's why. It's the city council who's encouraging these people to live like animals.
Time has expired. The next speaker is Naomi Williams. Naomi, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Good evening. I just want to mention Juneteenth. The participants for Juneteenth meet at Booker T. Anderson parking lot, and that's over on South 47th and Carlson, about 9 a.m. The parade starts at 10. We're going to travel up Carlson to South 37th, turn right on South 37th, travel across Cutting, go under the underpass to McDonald, turn right to Nickel Park. The Grand Marshals this year are McKinley Williams and Naomi Williams. No relations. Okay, so I want everybody to come out and enjoy with the parade and then go over to the park and have a good time. So that's for that. And I think that's all I need to say right now.
Thank you. Next speaker is Pam Stello. Pam, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Good evening, Pam Stello, Point Melody Alliance co-chair. There's a great deal of misinformation generated by the mayor and his sons about Upstream and the Giddyville's $400 purchase of the right to market Point Melody for 5 years. Mayor Butt has blamed our progressive council members for selling Point Melody for $400. Please be reminded Mayor Butt orchestrated the backroom vote for the settlement deal that included the $400 purchase price. Contrary to Mayor Butt and his son's false statements, the settlement's terms and conditions were not ruled by a judge. In this type of settlement, the parties draft and agree to the terms and conditions. Once the parties are agreed, the judge makes the agreement a legally binding agreement. The city did not have to agree to the terms and conditions, including the $400 purchase price. Yet the mayor championed the settlement. To ensure the council votes, he orchestrated a backroom vote. Our sequel lawsuit forced the mayor and the council to vote in public, but the mayor had already used a backroom vote to limit public input to a large-scale housing plan for Point Melati, and RAM has chosen developer SunCal, well known for suing cities through the planning process. SunCal's plan would have cost the city's general fund millions each year. SunCal did not meet the conditions of their contract with the city, including never paying $45 million, which was also falsely reported by our mayor. The mayor is to blame for the $400 sale price and SunCal's terrible plan and lawsuit. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Amanda Jenkins. Amanda, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Good evening, council members. My name is Amanda Jenkins, and I live at the Riding Road encampment, and I'm also the founder of the Castro encampment. I support expanding the terms for use of the $50,000 flex funds that were already allocated to the Riding Road residents back in December by dividing the money equally between the current residents who were promised assistance to use as they need.
Excuse me, that item is coming up later on in the agenda, so can you hold your remarks until then?
Okay.
Thank you. Next speaker is Catherine Ruby. Catherine, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Okay, can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, my name is Catherine Ruby. I actually live in Newark, and I wanted to jump in and just say something in response to that very hostile speaker about the homeless and transgender folks. And I really truly hope that everybody here on City Council understands that all of what he just said is unfounded. It's all based in myth. It's all based in stereotypes. It's all based in misinformation and lies. And that's all I want to say. I was highly offended by that. We are a human race with a lot of different aspects to our humanity, and we all just need to learn how to live with each other. Whether we like each other or not, we still need to get along with each other. And I find that kind of attitude very hateful and unproductive. I yield the rest of my time.
Thank you. And there are no more public speakers.
Okay, thank you. So the next item is the City Council consent calendar. And we have removed item W2A, which will come up later. I think that's the only item we actually took off the consent calendar. Is that right, Madam Clerk?
W7A will be heard.
Oh, right. Yeah, thank you. Yeah. Okay, is there a motion on the consent calendar?
I move the item.
Okay. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Okay, motion by Jimenez, second by McLaughlin. Call the roll, please, Madam Clerk.
Councilmember Bates,
Yes.
Councilmember Jimenez,
Yes.
Councilmember Johnson is absent, Councilmember McLaughlin,
Yes.
Councilmember Willis is absent, Vice Mayor Martinez,
Yes.
and Mayor Butt.
Yes.
The motion passes with Councilmembers Johnson and Willis absent.
And the next item I think we're going to take up was item X2, is that right?
X2, then X1.
X2 first, then X1, then X3.
Item X2 is to receive, hold on one second, sorry. Item X2 is to receive an update on the refinancing of the 2005 pension obligation bonds.
Honorable Mayor, member of the City Council, I'm Anil Kamello, the interim Deputy City Manager. As you know, the city staff has been working for several months now, developing a plan to refinance the city's pension obligation bonds. They total approximately $130 million. In addition, there's an estimated $30 million in termination fee. Over the last few months, at the direction of the City Council, staff has produced and developed various options and formed a team, including the city's municipal advisor, the NHA, represented today by Mark Norcroft and Mike Myers. We have also hired underwriters, disclosure counsel, bond counsel, swap advisor, and an actuary. So we have a full team in place now to expeditiously move forward and explore options. With that, I'll turn it over to Mark Northcross.
Thank you, Anil. I want to ask that my colleague Mike Meyer get promoted to a panelist, but with that, I want to get into our short presentation. What's driving this is we plan to come back to this council by the end of the month with an action item to approve the indenture for refinancing the pension obligation bonds, the 2005 bonds, for which the swap was originally done. So let's look at the table of contents here. We'll take you very briefly through the financing schedule. We are going to talk about the outstanding bonds and the swaps, so a quick review. We want to suggest some policy goals for consideration by the council. Again, this is an information item, not looking for council action tonight. And we need to do a little education on the pension tax override. That's a $24 million a year revenue source to the city of Richmond, tied to your pensions. And there are some opportunities here to make that work even better for the long-term benefit of the city. So that's what we want to talk about. Next slide, please. The schedule. Making it brief. Again, we plan to be back at your meeting of the 21st or the 28th for what I call early approval of the indenture for the bond issue. The indenture is the contract basically between the city and its bond investors that lays out all the conditions, rules, and what have you for how the bond issue will work. It's a very important document. We want to do it early because by doing it 60 days before the bond sale, we get extra legal protection for the city's refunding bonds and the pension tax override and that whole very important collection of features. The actual final approval of the refunding bonds for the 2005 and getting rid of the interest rate swaps would be at your meeting of July 19th, okay? So this is a two-step process. The council has two chances to, one, review things, make policy decisions, suggest changes, all the above. We plan to sell the refinancing bonds in late August, okay? So with that, I want to move to the right-hand side of the slide. Key policy goals. Number one, eliminate the interest rate swaps. We have heard that message loud and clear. Again, per the budget policies adopted by the council April last year. Number two, traditional fixed rate financing. Eliminate the variable rate, make it a traditional fixed rate financing. Three, simplify and improve the cash flow impact of the pension bonds on the city's general fund. We're going to talk a little bit about that tonight. It's one of the reasons we want to give you a heads up on the indenture coming back to you in a week or two, or in a couple of weeks. There are a lot of moving parts to this, and we want to give you a little heads up on how that works. This is the draft schedule. I don't want to go into the details on this, but there's a key message here. It's really 4 schedules in one, and this is an important thing to keep in mind. We, in no particular order, we have PTOs, the abbreviation for pension tax override, your $24 million a year revenue source. That is a whole separate schedule track to get that right, fine tune it, protect it, all of that. As you know, and as Anil has briefed you, we've got a swap termination process, getting rid of the swaps, dialogue with RBC, all of the above. That is a separate track that's important to this as well. We've also had interest in doing a private placement, just a straight direct purchase of the refunding bonds by a bank. We're working on that track. That's ongoing now. Finally, a traditional bond issue sold to the public is called a public offering. We are working hard on that track. All 4 of these tracks are parallel. That's the key message. For us to get to August and sell bonds one way or another, clean up this thing, we've got to work on all 4 of these things at the same time. Unless there are questions, I want to move on to the next slide and actually the slide after that. Next slide, please. Okay, news on the interest rate swap. Back in October last year, we were told that it was a $36 million termination payment and that we had bond market exposure. If interest rates went up from the time from October to whenever we did the refi in the 2005 bonds, it would cost us more money. Your team has been in dialogue with one of our underwriters has their own swap desk. We talked to them. We retained our own swap advisor, KPM. They both agree. This swap is very different. It is that we do not have market rate risk right now. The swap was done for better, for worse, as a hedge on bond market interest rate movements. So I'm gonna take the most time on this presentation to walk you through this because I know there's been so much interest in this for so long. The swap that had the $36 million price tag attached to it last October goes into effect on August 1, 2023. Well, guess what? It expires on the same day it goes into effect. So a very natural question is, why? What's going on here? What it means is that it's not really, in layman's terms, a swap. What it is a mandate to calculate a termination payment on or before August 1, 2023. The amount of the termination payment due from the city goes up if interest rates go down. It goes the opposite direction. The amount of the termination payment due from the city goes down if interest rates go up. This is what you call a hedge. We are hedged on interest rates. If rates actually rise about 3% over their current levels, RBC, your counterparty in this thing, actually would owe the city money through the termination payment calculation. We don't think rates will go up 3% between now and when we pay this thing off at the end of August, early September. But what this means is we are hedged. Interest rates have gone up a lot, as we know, because fears of inflation. We are having inflation since October. The city's financial position on the overall refi is pretty much the same. The reason why the termination payment has decreased from 36 million to 22 million as of Friday. Okay, and you say, oh, we're ahead 14 million. Sorry, we aren't. The cost of the higher interest rates on the bonds has gone up by about 14 million. So we're in the same financial position. So really important piece, because I know our elected staff, the community has been really concerned about this. I want to pause here. Do we have questions? I really want to make sure we're making this clear as best we can.
Any questions from council members? I don't see. I'll go ahead, Councilmember Jimenez.
Yeah, thank you so much. I just wanted to say I really appreciate the information you provided. The agenda report is well written, much better than the one that we have in October 5th, with more detailed information. So I really want to just say that and appreciate that. So in the swaps, so could you explain more about this idea of going with RBC and have some negotiation, what that could be expected?
That is a great question. I am not the person to answer it because what we've done is we've put the bond finance in its own lane, separate from the negotiation with RBC. That negotiation needs to happen for multiple reasons, as you know, before we sell the refinancing bonds. But Anil explained we had retained a swap advisor, and they're the ones who'll be working with staff and negotiating with RBC. And just as a little technical thing that's kind of important, we're our firm, a registered municipal advisor, but not a registered swap advisor. That means under the SEC federal rules, it really isn't the right thing for me to be talking with RBC about the swap. And so you've got a player on board. We really strongly support KPM, whose job it is to do that. So I'll punt to Anil if you want to add anything on what the current situation is with dialogue with RBC.
And if I may, first, Mark, Councilmember Jimenez, great questions. The way I would think about this is that there are essentially, there's like a highway, and we have a team that's operating in each lane to comply with the appropriate regulatory requirements and to provide the city with the oversight and support required to move forward in a manner to get to bring forward to the city council the best options, of which staff will be providing more information at the end of this month, hopefully on June 28th, ideally after the adoption of our balanced budget. Anil?
Thank you, City Manager. So so we are in communication with RBC. In fact, we had a meeting with them today. There's not much to report publicly at this stage. We are interested in what they are saying. Our goal, of course, is as Henry Gardner, who is, I don't know if he's present here today, often says, our goal in this whole project is to refinance refinance the debt at the lowest possible cost with the lowest possible risk, understanding that there's a relationship, an inverse relationship between the cost and the risk, or the rate and the risk. So we are moving forward, Councilmember Jimenez. And there's almost every week, every couple of days, there are new developments that we have going on today. In fact, we have a great team in place, so knowledgeable, and we're making great progress.
Yeah, thank you so much. And I just wanted to say just my last comment on this. I have most more questions, but I know that there is a negotiation, so I understand that as well. So I just wanted to say thank you, Anil, first, because if you took this and you follow really efficient the recommendations that we made, the city council, 4 of us voted to support a third opinion, and this third opinion got us to understand more about what we are with the swap, what are the things that we have here. So I just wanted to say thank you, and thank you, Mark, for being right now working on this. This is really complicated. We have another meeting where the consultant who did the third opinion said that this is one of the 5 most complex transactions in the country. And here, Little Richmond, we had that. So we had to ask ourselves how we ended up in this situation. And then I just want to make sure that the public know, I have said that before, but swaps has been something that the city of Richmond has done over many years. And only in termination fees, the city of Richmond had paid to the banks over $40 million. Think about that when our budget is at $200 million. And now we are saying that we are going to pay from $30 to $22 million in termination fees in another swap that we got. So I am glad that we are trying to make and trying to fix the way that we do business, so we don't end up with more swaps that had been putting the city in this financial situation where we are paying millions of dollars to the banks where they don't need it, and that money could have been going to the community for services that we actually need and our community needs. So I am glad that this is complicating. This is a process, I understand, I had been following this really closely because I think we had to know all of these to make good decisions. And I just wanted to thank all of you for the great work that you are doing in this. Thank you.
And actually, thank you, Councilmember Jimenez. I just want to say it was a really wise decision of the council last year. I remember Councilmember Martinez asking, and you asking some really good questions in particular. And for that reason, we stalled, and when we then went out and began this process. I also want to give a shout out to Lisa Cody from SEIU. I remember when you first introduced me to her about this matter, frankly, I was wondering how she could be of help, but she clearly knows a lot about these issues and provided us with great information. And I'm glad we are here. I'm glad we are looking at all the options to reduce our costs, and it'll have a big impact to the city's budget. So thank you. Thank you in particular. Appreciate it.
All right, well, thank you all. Next slide, please. Just a graphic presentation on the interest on this, how the swap works. The key thing here is that the sky blue bar and the deep blue violet, indigo bar, when one gets bigger, the other gets smaller. The light blue is the termination fee, and then the dark blue is the interest rates. And just a graphic way of showing when you win on one, you lose on the other. It's a hedge. That's the way it's meant to work. And just want to make sure graphically we all understand that. You can see it here. And yeah, your termination payment goes down, but the interest rates you're paying on the bonds goes up, and vice versa. It's just the way it is. Next slide, please. Okay. I'm almost to the point where I'm going to introduce my colleague, Mike Meyer, who hopefully has been made a panelist. We're going to talk about another really important thing. The whole cash flow mechanism for the existing bonds and swap structure is really complicated. And we feel like it's not needed going forward. Number one, you pay your debt service over 12 months in advance of when it's due. Normal practice in the municipal bond world is like 5 business days before the debt service is due. So we don't need that. Also, you have the county of Contra Costa is directly transferring PTO, again, pension tax override, and other property tax revenue necessary to pay the debt service and the bonds and all of that directly to the bond trustee, US Bank, bypassing the city. So it's about $12 million a year that goes straight from the county to the trustee a year in advance. We don't need that. We don't need to do that. We can get rid of these covenants, but this is another twist that goes on the indenture you'll be seeing in a couple of weeks. We want to have that indenture set up so that we can also refi the 1999 bonds and the 2005 B1 bonds, all your pension debt. These are relative 2 million and change left in the 99, 6 million on the 05s, and 128 million on the B2 05s. So these are small compared to the one we're doing. But by refining all of it, we clean up all this legal structure where you're paying debt service way in advance, intercept from the county, all of the above. We make it a lot cleaner, simpler structure, paying hopefully a few business days in advance as opposed to a year in advance. We also, because there's a swap on the B1s, hey, we refund the B1s, we get rid of your last swap. All swaps are gone. So with this proposal, again, no decision tonight, for your consideration later this month, we get rid of all the swaps by the end of August, early September. Done. So that's the policy goal. Now we want to talk about the pension tax override, your very, very important annual revenue source. My colleague Mike, who is an expert on this for our firm and on pension obligation bonds, and in my opinion, one of the leaders in the state on this, will take over. Mike, are you ready to go?
I'm ready, Mark. Thank you, and good
Sure.
evening. Good evening, Honorable Mayor and City Council members. Mike Meyer with NHA. We could flip to slide 9, please. I'm going to cover a few slides related to the city's pension tax override and really how that is going to play a part in some of the restructuring options that are presented to City Council at a future meeting. Because this revenue stream is allowed to be used for different types of pension expenses, we wanted to start here on slide 9, just a general overview of the city's core annual expenses that it makes for pension related costs. So the city does have about 149 million of outstanding pension bonds. The annual payment to amortize that debt is about 13 million. The city also has about 370 million of debt with CalPERS. That's the unfunded accrued liability. And the annual payment to amortize that debt is about 29 million. The city also makes what's called normal cost payments. That's the annual cost to keep up with current employees. That number is about 14 million. So in aggregate, the city right now is spending about 56 million each year on pension related expenses. If we flip to slide 10, please, just a little bit about the pension tax override that the city collects. As you know, this is a revenue stream that you have collected for several decades. You're one of about 20 cities in the state that does collect this type of tax. It is a critical revenue stream that does provide financial stability to the city's general fund and helps ensure that all benefits are paid out to employees. And I noticed on the another part of the agenda that the levy is being approved tonight. That levy is currently set at 0.14%, and that's what it's been set at historically as well. And so based on current assessed valuation, that's expected to generate about 20 to 25 million in annual revenue. And so as a percentage of the annual total pension expenses of 56 million, that's about 40% that's being covered by this revenue stream. That means that the remaining 30 to 35 million is being picked up by the city, primarily the city's general fund. And the one reason we wanted to introduce this pension tax override at this meeting is because we will be getting into more detail at future meetings as to how this relates to restructuring options for the city's pension bonds. And one key part of the process is occurring right now, and that's with the city's actuary, Bartell and Associates, who is completing a pretty robust study. And that study will essentially quantify how much in pension costs over the next 20 to 30 years is legally able to be paid for by this pension tax. And indirectly, that will also give the team and the city an idea of what costs won't be able to be picked up by the override, which means that will be the burden on the city's general fund. So that'll really give a good, clear picture for the next 20 years and really allow the team to generate more refined restructuring options for the bonds. Next slide, please. As I mentioned before, once we get the results of that study, we do expect that in the next few weeks. We will be putting together various options for the pension bond restructuring. So that'll look at different terms of repayment. It may also look at different repayment shapes. And really, we believe, based on some of the discussions we've had with the actuary, that through this restructuring, the city may have the opportunity to really reshape some of its pension expenses to better mimic that revenue stream and in a way reduce the burden on the general fund over time and create a more level and sustainable payment for the general fund so that resources can go to other projects and other priorities. These options wouldn't have any impact on the actual pension tax levy. That would still be at the 0.14% because the city is not allowed to increase that. But just as a preview, some of the restructuring options that we'll be bringing forward will really have the objective of trying to create a lower burden on the general fund and a more sustainable payment. So with that, Mark, I'll turn it back to you for slide 12 to wrap up unless there's any questions on those 3 slides.
All right, the final slide here, again, we'll make it brief. The council resolution that we'll be bringing at the end of the month on the 21st to 28th will give choices, options. These are not mandates, not painting you into a corner, not asking the council to make a final decision on this, but it'll allow you to extend the term on the refinancing should we want to beyond 2034, which is the final term. It will also allow the 2005 B1s to be refinanced as well, and it will accommodate not directly the refinancing or the defeasance, I'm using a technical term, of the 1999 bonds. So that's the news. The final decision by the council on things like what Mike suggested to consider on the pension tax override revenue, as well as the B1s and the 99s, will be made at your July 19th meeting. And we should have, as Mike noted, the actuarial study results, meaning the whole issue of how much of your total pension cost package can be paid from your pension tax override, not only now, but going into the future for I think it's about 10 years. We should have that study well before the 19th, be able to inform the council on that, what the implications are for, again, maximizing revenue and minimizing direct costs to the general fund. That's our presentation. So questions, otherwise, we're ready to, you guys to move on to your next agenda item.
Mayor Butt, if I may, I also really want to commend Henry Gardner for his leadership on this item. In addition, Anita Luck from Dave's firm. They have been 2 extremely integral members of the team and have provided immense guidance to the entire city staff working on this item, as well as the city consultants. And just want to acknowledge their hard work and active participation in the process. The administrative record will show their contributions down the road. So I just want to make sure the council is aware.
Are there any final questions from council members? Are there any members of the public signed up to speak on this item, Madam Clerk?
No, there are not.
Okay, Councilmember Jimenez, go ahead.
Yeah, as you know, I am really passionate about swaps. So my question to Mark is on the 19th, you will come with kind of like how the cost of like if there will be a termination fees for the one and all of that.
Yes, we're keeping staff updated on the termination fee as it moves around. But again, council member, really important to remember, whatever you gain in the termination fee, you lose in higher interest rates in the bonds. It's as we say, a zero-sum game. That's what a hedge is. You can't win for losing. You can't lose for winning. It's just it just is.
Mark, no, and I understand that, because I think what at the end also is to make sure that we don't continue with swaps in this way, because the swaps has been just like really impacting our budget. As I said before, we have been paying over $40 million in termination fees to the banks, and that money could have been used for our community and other things. But I'm glad that we have this council, and I'm glad that we voted the way that we voted in October, and that give us the time to really understand, not only as a city council, but the whole staff in the city, because this is a really complicating staff that we are dealing with. And I am just wanted to say thank you, Anil, and everybody who has been working really hard and efficient in this work. So thank you.
Okay, Madam Clerk, read the next item, please. We're going to go to X1.
Yes, item X1 is to receive budget presentations from the city manager and police and fire departments.
And I want to ask you all to really try to power through this. The ones we did before were all interesting, but we spent a lot of time on them, so let's go ahead.
With that, Mayor Butt, I turned it over to Chief Montoya.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council. It's an honor and privilege to be here tonight and being able to present the fire department budget. You kind of caught me off guard. I've never gone before the police department, so you got to forgive me being surprised. To be in theme with the mayor on being succinct in our presentation, what I'll do is I will summarize the first 3 slides. And so what I want to say and summarize the first 3 slides is with over 30 years experience here in the fire service, believe me that not that all fire departments are like the Richmond Fire Department. And you know, your firefighters, the men and women who serve this city in firefighter capacity, provide that hometown attentiveness to the community of Richmond. And that's something that you don't find everywhere. And you know, some examples is they're always engaged in the community. I know this relationship is extremely important to us, also to the city manager. And currently we're installing smoke detectors in homes here in the community. And these are just some of the examples that our firefighters do on a daily basis. But one of the things that I gauge their performance and their engagements in the community is that since I have been here, I have yet to receive a complaint of our firefighters mistreating the public. And to me, that's how I gauge their performance and their engagement. And again, that's not common everywhere either. So they do this because they understand why they are here. They understand that they are here to serve the people. And so what I ask tonight is, of course, that you approve our budget, but also know that thus far, since I have been here, I've determined that the Richmond Fire Department is a Class 1 fire department. And that is why they understand why they are here, and again, to serve the people. And so, in fact, what they do is truly unique. So with that, I will go with the slide that's up there. Those are our 6 divisions in the fire department, and I will briefly go through each one. Next slide, please. So we start with the administration. The key points here are the timekeeping and also the telestaffing that we keep in the fire department. We also do our contracts and our vendor sourcing and preparation of contracts. Next slide, please. And throughout this presentation, I will go over our priorities in the fire department. There are 3 priorities in the fire department currently that we feel are as important to us in addressing some of the deficiencies in the fire department. And one being, as you can see there, is our vacancies of the fire department. We have 8 sworn staff vacancies. We have 1 battalion chief, 2 fire captains, 2 engineers, and 3 firefighters. And 1 civilian, which is the Office of Emergency Services Manager. This is a priority for us because this will bring us up to our minimum staffing of the fire department. And keep in mind, this does not include all the firefighters that are off on injury or other reasons. But we've determined that this is our priority right now to fill these vacancies as soon as possible. So we are working with HR to do that. And we are hopeful that we can address this by the end of the year. I'm optimistic that we can, but again, it takes a group effort and us working with HR to accomplish this. Next slide, please. And in this slide, this brings us to our second priority, and that's at the bottom there. Under policies, there's somewhat a few policies that are missing in the fire department. One of them we are addressing currently, that's our return to work policy. But that one is currently in the process with our city attorney. And we look to get that completed here, what I think in the next month. But our second priority is what you see there is the Alternative Dispute Resolution Program, also known as the ADR or a carve-out program. And this is an agreement, a contract between the city and also labor. As a fire chief, my job is to advocate for this program. This was brought to you before my time in August to reenact this agreement. And right now we're making some great strides, and we are close to completing this agreement. There are some things still left in doing this, but this is something that's very close to us and to me as a fire chief, because this has a direct impact on, one, the ability of our firefighters to get back to work healthy, and the other is to get them back in a timely fashion. And so it's the latter of the two that's affecting us, because right now that isn't the case, and we have no program right now in place other than the statutory system where our firefighters can go to, which has an array of issues if we don't enact this ADR program. So that is our second priority in the fire department, to get this complete and get this enacted. And one thing I will say right now, I want to thank our city manager, who has been also a great advocate in moving this forward. So we will continue with that. Next slide, please. So now we get into the support services. It's exactly that. They support the fire department, both administration and the operations. And to note here is the analysis. We are now able to do with the team that we have here in administration to conduct analysis on our incidents, our risks, our performance, and our overtime costs. So we have processes in place now that we are able to track these, especially the overtime. It shouldn't be a surprise to us that we get to the mid-year or the end of the fiscal and find that we are way over our overtime budget. So we now have processes in place that gives us that real-time information. And so that's a big plus for us, to being able to track this and to have a plan B if we're not going to make that mark. Next slide, please. So what we completed, again, is the in-depth overtime analysis. And that's when we identified our contributing factors, the two main ones. And that's our vacancies and our injury. And I can't stress those enough in this presentation. I'll talk about our third one here as we get moving down. Next slide, please. So what we plan to do is to continue that analysis, because these are important for the fire department to continue forward, so that there are no surprises and we have a plan of where we're going. And so this is important to me as a fire chief and as an administration, which obviously affects our operations. Next slide, please. So now we will get into the emergency services. I will turn that over right now to our Deputy Fire Chief, Aaron Osorio, who will go through that at this time.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and council members. My name is Aaron Osorio. I'm the Deputy Fire Chief for the Fire Department. One of my main duties is I oversee emergency operations within the Fire Department. The Emergency Operations Division is the largest division of the Fire Department. When we are fully staffed, we have a staff of 81 sworn personnel across 3 shifts and 7 stations. As an all-risk fire department, there's a number of services we provide to the community. Everybody's well aware of fire suppression and emergency medical services we provide, but there are some specialized services we do provide out of Operations Division. One would be our technical rescue capabilities. So things such as confined space rescue, high angle rescue, things like that. Our hazardous materials response, which is all in-house, made up of specialist and technician level hazmat first responders, and then a marine response component. And then a side duty to the Operations Division would be the assistance we provide to the Fire Prevention Division when it comes to inspections. I'll go over that a little bit later. So in the current fiscal year, 21-22, really the biggest bulk of what we accomplished is our emergency response. At the time this presentation was prepared, we were about 85% through the fiscal year, We're tracking about 2% above last year's call volume. We ran the numbers today, and we're over 13,000 emergency responses this fiscal year already, with another month to go. So it's been a very busy year. We've had a steady increase over the last few years. Other things we've accomplished this previous fiscal year would be addressing the impacts of COVID to the organization, being first responders and being in close contact with numerous members of the community who are positive. We got hit hard with COVID, so we developed a continuity of service plan to ensure that we were still able to provide services to the community while we navigated that crisis. And then when it comes to our fire prevention inspection program, the operations division was able to complete over 5,000 inspections, and that spanned 3 different categories. Our business, or what we call mercantile inspections, high severity zone inspections, which would be the homes and parcels in the urban interface, and then some forms of apartment inspections were completed. Moving forward for the next fiscal year for 22-23, we really have 4 main categories that we're going to be focusing on in the operations division. 2 of them are very closely related. One would be to develop new operational policies, and then secondarily to update existing ones. Many of our policies are a little old, and the most recent ones are still from about 2016. So as the needs of the community have changed and our response models have changed, we have policy updates and policies that need to be developed. As Chief Montoya said, one of the main focuses for the whole organization, especially operations, is establishing promotional lists and filling vacancies, because it's having a huge impact on how we operate day to day. And then lastly, we're collaborating with the Richmond Communication Center, which does dispatch for the fire department. We plan on making some significant technology improvements to the computer-aided dispatch system, which should have great benefits to the community as far as response times and the closest units responding to the appropriate addresses. So I will pass it back over to Chief Montoya. Thank you.
So our next division is our training division. And one of the things that I will say to piggyback on what Chief Osorio had stated, you know, the fire department is a multi-hazard fire department, and that's with all fire departments nowadays. So this brings us to our 3rd priority is our training of our firefighters. And just to explain to you, as firefighters, we take risks, but we take calculated risk. And that calculated risk is based on 2 components. And that's one is the experience of our firefighters, which we just allow that to play out, obviously. But the other is training. So that's the risk we take, is a calculated risk based on those 2 components. So training is very important to us. And it's very important that we train our firefighters with the most recent training capability and skill set. And the way we define that is our low frequency but high risk incidents, like Chief Osorio had alluded to, for instance, a marine rescue, a technical rescue, a trench rescue. Those don't happen very often, but when they do, they are very high risk. And so it's our concern right now that we've identified areas that we need to augment our training and our firefighters in these areas so that they can mitigate these emergencies safely. Next slide, please. And one of the things that we did this year, as Chief Osorio had alluded to, we established our acting engineers certification list, which was very important for us. We started in November of last year. We completed that, I believe it was in February, March of this year. And we now plan to, next slide, please, to develop the same type of list for our battalion chiefs and our fire captains. Now, I just want to preface this by saying that this is not in place of filling our vacancies. This will just assist us in being able to have firefighters at a lower rank take that capacity at a lower, obviously at a lower rate, overtime rate. So this is something that we look forward to completing here shortly. Our battalion chief certification list is in the process, and then the fire captain will come shortly thereafter. Next slide, please. So at this point, I will turn it over to our fire marshal, Eric Govan, who will go over our fire prevention. After he completes that, I will come back to do the last division of the department. Fire Marshal Govan.
Thank you, Chief. Good evening, City Manager, Mayor, and City Council members. My name is Eric Govan. I'm the Fire Marshal for the great city of Richmond. I would like to start my presentation by saying thank you to my staff who has worked tirelessly over the past year. So as you can see here, this is what we do quite a bit. We provide high-level technical inspections and provide collaborative support to the various departments within the city. Code enforcement, public works, RPD, wastewater, building department, planning department, parks and landscaping, recs department, just to name a few. Two key items that we're working on right now is adopting our local amendments to the upcoming 2023 California Fire Code, along with our vegetation management for our very high fire hazard severity zone, which has over 4,300 defensible space inspections. Next slide. So what we did, we performed over 1,000 inspections and completed over 532 plan reviews. I know it says just 102, but that did not include the commercial plan reviews for any commercial space that was completed. So the total was 532 from various occupancies from new and existing residential and commercial occupancies, in addition to industrial facilities and schools, to name a few. We were able to generate over $1 million in revenue through our inspections and plan reviews. Next slide. So what we plan to do, we plan on seeking grant revenue streams to assist in staffing in other areas to provide a high level of service to our residents, reestablish our public education programs, provide division analysis to ensure the city is aware of the required staffing to ensure 100% compliance with state mandated inspections. Thank you. I would like to pass this presentation back to Chief Montoya.
Thank you, Fire Marshal Govan. And so what we have now is the last division of the fire department. It's the Office of Emergency Services. And here you can note one of the things we do is establish and maintain our City Emergency Operations Center, the EOC. We have identified some deficiencies in the setup of the EOC, which we are hopefully going to address here soon, but as everything else, it requires some funding for us to do that. Next slide, please. What you'll note here is one of the things that I want to note here that isn't on here, it didn't make the press time for HR. They're pretty tough on us on these deadlines. But one of the things that we wanted to include in this that got completed during this time was the Fire Safe Council and the 94803 area code. The Fire Safe Council is a group of community members that applies for a nonprofit and is able to receive grant funding from the state and federal agencies. And we have one now established here in the city of Richmond. It's known as the West Contra Costa Fire Safe Council. It is the first for the city of Richmond. And although fire safe councils are somewhat common throughout California, in my past life, I had a colleague that I worked for who gave me this idea when I came here. And lo and behold, we were able to establish that. In fact, the Fire Safe Council here in Richmond is used by the state as a model Fire Safe Council and how quickly it was formed, the enthusiasm and engagement of the community members that run it. And so we're very proud of that council, and especially myself, who I see now of staying with this council as an agency rep until which time they received their first grant funding, and I will back off and they will now run it entirely, which is the way it's meant to work. So next slide, please. One of the things that we plan to do is to continue to upgrade our Nixle emergency notification system, and also, again, pursue grant opportunities that will assist us and work in conjunction with our fire prevention division and assist our fire marshal. Next slide, please. So this is our staff. This is who obviously we are. You note the numbers of the total sworn is 89, although that number from what I had told you earlier is not 89, it's 81. And based on our vacancies, and then the non-sworn is not 4, it's 3 because we are missing our office services manager. Next slide, please. So this is our entire budget. It's pretty self-explanatory. One of the things that I will note under 22-23 in our revenue, which is grants, you do not see the 380,000 approximately. That's our Contra Costa County grant that we received from them that for our hazmat program. We have not gotten confirmation as of yet whether that's going to continue. So that's why you see that missing there. We have reached out to the supervisor and other people to hopefully to justify that we should receive this grant for this fiscal, but we haven't heard back from them. So I guess if I know our city manager has a plan in order to address that, and it will involve the council and or the mayor. Other than that, next slide, please. I believe that is it. I want to thank you for your time and your attentiveness and this evening. And I really appreciate the time to be able to present this fire department budget to you. Thank you. I'll have any questions now if there's any.
You know what? I'm going to hold off on questions till we get through all 3 of these. These are all the same. They're the same agenda item, and we need to keep moving. So let's get through all 3 of them, and then we'll have questions. And then we also have to have public comment. So let's go ahead with the police department.
Good evening, Mayor Butt and members of the City Council. My name is Louis Torona. I'm the Acting Chief of Police for the Richmond Police Department. Thank you for having us. I am to present to you the budget presentation for fiscal year 2022 to 2023. Next slide, please. What do we do here at the Richmond Police Department? We focus on engagement with the community to prevent crime and maintain order. We use intelligence-led policing to inform our efforts. We work tirelessly to help build public trust and work with the community to solve problems. Let me be clear in saying that the police are part of the solution. We aren't the complete solution, which is why we look at our involvement as a partnership with our community. Next slide, please. And what we did in the last fiscal year. We restructured our units to maximize employee collaboration, efficiency, and service. We provided essential services throughout the pandemic and began resuming community events such as Shop with a Cop, Coffee with a Cop, our holiday food and toy drives. And we conducted promotional testing for all ranks to improve the oversight and management and quality control of police services. Next slide, please. What do we plan to do in this next fiscal year? We want to continue resuming the pre-pandemic community policing strategies and in-person community events. We are developing and implementing a much more comprehensive recruiting strategy to fill key vacancies. As most of you know, and hearkening back to the staffing presentation I did at the beginning of the year, staffing is one of the most critical concerns for the police department. We've increased our recruiting staff by filling it with volunteers throughout the police department to include sworn and professional staff in order to recruit for these important positions. What better representatives of the police department can there be than our own staff members actually doing the recruiting? We're hoping to transition at least part of the responsibility of mental health and the unsheltered services to our non-sworn partners in the community. And we are continuing to evaluate and reinforce our officer and employee wellness programs within the police department, because we do believe that if we have healthy employees, both mentally, physically, and spiritually, they will perform at their best when serving the community. Next slide, please. Who we are. I'd like to take this opportunity, first and foremost, to thank all of the women and men who work at the Richmond Police Department, who are out there 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, from the officers and sergeants and lieutenants to our dispatchers, to our records staff, our crime prevention manager, to everyone here at the police department who actually performs the kind of work that I'm proud to say that the Richmond Police Department offers. We have a total allocated sworn staff of 145 and 65 professional staff. Currently, we do have vacancies in both sides. Total budgeted staff of 210, and currently we have 28 sworn vacancies and 17 professional staff vacancies. Good news is there are positions that are being filled and are in the process of being filled, but this will be a multi-year process that we have to maintain a focus on for the near and midterm future. You can see that on the right side, it does show proposed for the fiscal year. I'm asking for 2 additional office aides to assist, or administrative aides to assist in our personnel and training, in order to allow sworn staff to return to other duties that are more useful for sworn staff to perform, whether it be in patrol or in investigations. And next slide, please. Again, this is not something that we haven't spoken about previously. This is a slide to show budgeted positions throughout the past 10 years. You can take this at your own leisure and read it. And if there are any questions, obviously, I'm open to answering those questions tonight or in the future. And I also have with me tonight presenting Captain Simmons, who is the captain over our policing or operations bureau, Captain Al Waye, who is overseeing both investigations and the administrative division, and Senior Accountant Stephen Linderman, who will then explain the proposed budget for next year. So I'm going to hand it off to Captain Simmons.
Good evening, Council. Thank you for allowing me to be here. I am currently responsible for our Operations Bureau, and our Operations Bureau is primarily the community forward-facing services that the police department has with the community, which consists of, right now, 5 patrol teams with a minimum of 9 patrol officers on each team, to include 2 patrol sergeants and a watch commander, and either a civilian crime scene investigator or a sworn crime scene investigator. The Operations Bureau also houses our traffic unit, our mental health evaluation team, our parking enforcement unit, all of our cadets and rangers, and then special events and permits. So primary mission of the Operations Bureau is to preserve the preservation and quality of life, protection of property, and fostering meaningful relationships with the citizens and business owners in the city of Richmond. So we're happy to serve this community. Next slide. I'll actually hand it off to my counterpart now, Captain Al Waye.
Hello and good evening, everyone. So the investigation division takes the investigations from the patrol division and prepares them for filing, conducting the necessary investigations. The division is composed of the domestic and sexual violence unit, a detective sergeant assigned to the Safe Streets Task Force, homicide unit, a youth services detective, a general crimes unit, and a crime analyst. Next slide, please. Our administration division consists of the personnel and training unit, information technology section, the city jail, our records, our communication center, and property vault. Next slide, please.
Good evening. Thank you for having me, Stephen Linderman, Senior Accountant at Richmond PD, and it's time to talk about the money. So as you can see in the top revenue section, there are no significant changes materially wise. Grants, we are expected to receive a few in the coming year, so that might go up as we move along. As we move into expenditures, our salaries and wages, you see, have dropped about the same amount as our benefits have increased. So really no change between the two there. Professional and admin, really no change. Other operating, we did see some competition among some of our vendors, and we were able to work on getting some lower bids for work that needs to be performed. That's the same for equipment and contract services and our asset and capital outlay. So we see some significant savings amongst the three. As we move to our cost pool, it did go up by 2.6 million. That was in a presentation earlier in the budget presentations. This is just general fund overhead and some other items. But the difference between our fiscal year 22 and 23 and 21, 22 is about 1.7 million. So really overall, we worked hard to eliminate some of the contracts that we didn't see adding value and work on soliciting those competitive bids to bring our overall operating expenses down. So hope you can agree. And that's it for the budget side.
Well, thank you. I'd just like to end this by saying that the men and women of the Richmond Police Department, both sworn and professional staff, are committed to the safety of our community. We're looking forward to the new fiscal year and all the challenges that may bring. And I can assure you that the Richmond Police Department is up to the task. And I thank you for allowing us to present tonight.
Okay, thank you. We have one more part of this presentation, right?
Mr. Mayor, the department presentations, the police one was the final one. This is the next agenda item, which is a draft operating budget item. If we want to move into that presentation.
Mayor, but you're muted. You're muted. Mayor.
Mayor Butt, we defer to the clerk.
I thought there was one for the city manager's office and the finance department.
So Mayor Butt, you may recall at the beginning, I said I'll hand this, you asked this to be brief, so I handed it immediately off to fire to ensure that we completed in an expeditious manner as requested. The next presentation is a separate agenda item.
We do have speakers for this item.
My agenda says receive budget presentations from the city manager and the police and fire departments.
Correct.
City
In
manager.
an effort to reduce the amount of time that I'm speaking tonight, I handed it over immediately to the fire department, and I'm planning to give a comprehensive presentation under item X3.
I got it. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, so at this time, we'll take questions from city council members. Councilmember Jimenez, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Chief Montoya and Tyrone and everybody who presented today. I have a question for you, Chief Montoya, about, you mentioned that the ADR program is not working right now. So I had two questions for that. And one is, how many staff is on disability leave right now or any other leave? The other question will be just where are we exactly with the ADR contract?
Yes, so thank you for that question, Councilmember Jimenez. So it hovers approximately around 12 people, between 12 and 15 people that are off on injury. In terms of where we are with the agreement being signed off, right now it's we are seeking a director of the program an ADR director, and crafting that RFP to go out as soon as possible to hire that person. This is a person who will now administer the ADR program. It's a key component to that, to ensure that there is compliance to the agreement on both sides, both on labor and the city side. So that's where it's at in the process currently.
And then my question also about how many people are on disability leave right now. And then following that is also about, you mentioned that you have some vacancies, and are these vacancies are like right now ready to hire people, or what is needed to hire the people, and where we are in the process? So the first question is how many staff is on disability leave or any other disability, and when are we going to start hiring folks, and what is needed for that?
Yeah, so again.
Councilmember Jimenez, may I also defer to Laura and Anil to assist in answering some of these questions with Chief Montoya, since they administer the city's risk management program? And Chief, please continue.
Yeah, so in terms of the vacancies, we are in alignment to hire that, to fill those vacancies. We're in the process of doing that. We're working with HR. We just recently completed a roadmap, and that'll tell us, because they all have to be timed also. I'll give you an example. If right now we have 3 firefighter vacancies, but with the battalion chief vacancy, the 2 captains, the 2 engineers, when we promote into those positions, that'll create more vacancies in the firefighter rank. So we're timing this and playing this out with the roadmap that we've established or are establishing and crafting, so that at the end of those promotions, we know exactly how many firefighters that we need to fill those vacancies. And again, I can't stress enough that this will only bring us up to the minimum staffing. That is minimum per agreed upon MOU. Anything past that is obviously a different conversation. So right now, our priority is to fill those vacancies to bring us up to that minimum staffing. In terms of the ADR, like the city manager alluded to, get the input from Anil and Laura Marquez to answer those questions somewhat in detail. But I will tell you, I get asked this a lot about the ADR program. And one of the things that I think everybody needs to keep in mind with an ADR, or also known as a carve-out, is that labor and management need to understand that the employee and the employer interest are aligned. My experience with ADRs, I've experienced successful ADRs, and their success is based on the fact that both sides understand that concept. If it's not understood, then people start operating unilaterally and in rogue mode, and it ends up to where it was prior to this agreement being resurrected, so that we can come to that agreement again. And so I want to make that clear, that my experience with these programs, if those alignments are not there, this will fail again. They work. They just have to be played out and allowed to work as agreed. And the ADR director will ensure that compliance.
How many people are in disability leave right now?
I believe our deputy fire chief can answer that question, the exact number. He deals with that directly. Chief Osorio?
Chief, I believe the count right now is at 11. Oh, that's not just this, that's total members off work.
And how long have they been out for?
That would vary. There's some that just very recent, and some have been off for extended periods.
Like what is the average? Like, Laura, can you answer that question? Or
let me pull that information for you, and hopefully I can get it to you pretty quickly. Let me look here in a minute. I also wanted to mention with the ADR program, we did reach an agreement with labor, and I spoke with Jason Flom, who is on Local 188 board, and I'm going to get him a draft ADR agreement. I told him I'd have a draft agreement for him by Friday to look at.
And then the ADR administrator, the RFP has been issued. Right now, the closing date is June 14th. I did send finance an email today to see if we've had anybody turn in a bid for that, because I haven't heard that we have, but I will follow up on that as well. And then I'll take a look to see if I have an average. Right now, we have to track everybody manually. So some people go off and on work, and that disability count, Aaron, correct me if I'm wrong, but that's not all workers' comp. Some are also on disabilities for non-work related reasons. Is that correct?
Some are off, yeah, some are off for non-injury related reasons. I think there's only work. Yeah, I believe there's only two.
Yeah, pregnancy leave. It could be
FMLA.
Yeah, FMLA to care for a family member, something else.
Yeah, there's one person on an approved leave of absence for a family illness, but the majority are from comp cases.
And council members, Mayor, but if I may, council members, one of the things that we have discussed is the need to try to automate our reporting so there's more connection between the department's payroll and risk management. So that way this reporting is not done manually. And so based on the emails I've seen from the chiefs, I understand that work is in progress and we'll need to have some additional support from IT, but that is on deck for fiscal year 22-23 as a desired deliverable to be achieved.
Okay. Also, too, Councilmember Jimenez, one thing I should note while Laura's looking for this is that a successful ADR program, the mark of an employee being extended leave off is under 2 years. And I know that may seem like a long time, but if you meet the mark of a successful ADR program, the established mark is under 2 years. So it on the other side of that coin is a statutory system where it could be endless now on how long that employee is off on injury. And so, but also, you know, again, as I stated earlier, the importance and the priority is the health of our firefighters and then getting them back in a timely fashion.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, Vice Mayor, go ahead.
Thank you. I'd like to start off by thanking the presenters for giving us a concise presentation. I also want to commend Eric Gauvain for doing a very good job of explaining the fire issues to the community. I attended some of the presentations he made and following a lot of the recommendations that he offered in terms of providing fire safety. I do have some questions though. I've constantly asked staff about a sweet spot between overtime and hired staff. You know, because we know that if we have too much staff on hand, then the benefits weigh the city down. But if we don't have enough people, then the overtime weighs us down. So I've asked for a study over and over again for finding that sweet spot. And I was wondering if anyone, this goes to staff and to the fire department, have we determined how many fighters we need on hand to provide optimum service?
Well, Councilmember Martinez, there's a lot of variables involved in that answer. Right now, the short answer is that we have not conducted that survey to find that, as you state, the sweet spot. But it's something that right now is a moving target, because we are dealing with the vacancies that we currently have that are real time and we know about and we're trying to fill. On the other hand, we are trying to meet the mark of minimum staffing. However, there are other concerns with now getting past the filling the vacancies, which would be the cross-trained truck company that we currently have. So then now the question would be raised in line with what you just asked, to find that sweet spot. We would need to take that component into consideration and conduct that survey and forecast that. And so right now, that hasn't been done. But we intend to do that at the completion of filling these vacancies and then address that. Prior to that, if you would want that in a more timely fashion, we would determine that for you. But then at the same time, taking into account the cross-training of that truck company with the engine company, that we cross-train personnel to jump on one or the other apparatus to be able to respond to the incident accordingly.
Okay, thank you. So you say that we have 89 sworn, but only 81 are currently on duty. Is that correct?
No. We have the 89, but those are filled with overtime. We now fill those vacancies with overtime personnel.
Oh, okay, I don't think I quite understand the distinction.
So then we have 89, which is our minimum staffing.
Mhm.
And that consists per shift. They're divided, there's 3 shifts. So then now, even though we have only 81 firefighters on the books technically able to work in operations on apparatus, those vacancies, the 8 that we have are now, actually it would be 7, because one of them is a battalion chief, which is also there. But now we fill those vacancies with overtime personnel to bring us up to the minimum staffing of 89. And that's done on a shift per shift basis.
Okay, so so those 7 overtime positions could actually be full-time positions if we deemed it so. Is that correct?
Yes, when we fill the vacancies. When we fill the vacancies, they'll now be there assigned to that particular shift, that particular apparatus, and we will no longer have to fill that vacancy with an overtime.
And why are they overtime and not full-time positions?
Well, they are full-time positions, only they're a vacant position that we have to fill with an overtime.
Okay, well, I don't know. When I was a mailman, I worked as a T6, which was like a substitute, and I filled in positions whenever there was an absent carrier.
Right.
So is that basically what these part-time people are?
Well, yes and no. They're not part-time. They're okay. Let's take an A shift. There's an A shift that works today.
Right.
And in that A shift, one of the vacancies is the captain that I just mentioned. So that captain is not there because it's a vacancy, but the position is still there. So then now we hire a captain to fill that vacancy, just like you explained right now with you in the Postal Service.
Okay. There's other areas that are of interest to me. The Marine response. How many people do we have that are trained for Marine response?
I believe our Deputy Fire Chief Osorio knows that answer.
Actually, right now, since the number of those people that were on that response team are off on injury, I actually don't have that exact number for you right now, but it's actually a small portion of the organization, mainly the people that are stationed at Station 61 in Point Richmond and Station 67 on Cutting, and then some members of Station 62 in North Richmond. So those are the primary companies that staff the boat.
Okay, and so we only have one boat?
Yes.
Okay, so and my next question ties in the Marine response with the hazardous material response. At Terminal 1, there was a sailboat that that had sank, and there was an oil leak. that was putting up oil. So I reported that, and I was wondering what part of the fire department handled that? Is it marine response or is it hazardous material response? And what was the result of that sunken vessel?
It was that was under hazmat. We were contacted by the Coast Guard. We actually met with the Coast Guard multiple times on that incident. Coast Guard just wanted us to know that the vessel needed to be raised out of the water. They're the primary overseeing agency when it comes to pollution on the waterway. They actually did multiple visits and realized that it was a very small amount of fuel that was coming out, and that was actually evaporating and wasn't going anywhere. And so the city, I think we passed that over to code enforcement, and I'm not sure who else it is we contacted, but they had to deal with the hiring the salvage company.
Okay, well, I'm not an expert, but I would question their assessment of the situation, because when I was there, I saw a bubble of oil coming up every 56 seconds, and it left a sheen, and the sheen, traveled with the tide. So any amount of pollution is problematic, and I'm sorry to hear that Coast Guard took it so lightly. So my final question is, I understand that our fire department has relationship with Chevron. So my question has to do with exactly what sort of training do you have with Chevron Fire Department, and in incidences, how do you coordinate your efforts?
Well, we do have an understanding with Chevron on the way we respond to incidents. A good example is just about 2 weeks ago, we had an incident there, and our ability to work with them, we train with them. We also have mutual aid with them. And so this is something that we continue that process throughout the year. We have pre-planning that's done prior to being able to mitigate these emergencies. And in terms of training, I think I'll let Chief Osorio touch on that. And also, I believe our fire marshal could give you some of the in-depth training that we have at his level regarding fire prevention.
The main training that goes on with Chevron Fire, the largest one would be once, sometimes twice a year. We do send multiple members of the organization to industrial firefighting school with members from the Chevron Fire Department. It's a school located in Texas, and it goes over various techniques for putting out industrial fires at refineries. Throughout the rest of the year, sometimes it varies. With COVID, it became very difficult to do training with them because they kind of locked down outside visitors. But we typically, most years, would do multiple drills. Usually it has to do with flowing large amounts of water in different portions of the facility, or a tour or familiarization tour on the facility and a new processor or in an area we haven't been in a while, so that we can identify the fire safety systems that are there. So that's the majority of the training that goes on with Chevron there. As far as response, we treat it as almost like a mutual aid agreement with another organization. If we have a large incident, we go in unified command with them. If it's going offsite impact, then we take command, and they become a technical expert or a site rep for us as far as the actual how the process is working and how to do a shutdown.
Thank you. I just have one more question, and it has to do with budget and how things are taken care of. So on May 21st, there was a large fire at Chevron. Did our city respond to that? And if so, how many units went to it, and how is the city reimbursed for our cooperation with Chevron?
The one on the 21st, which one are you referring to, Councilor Martinez?
I believe it was a warehouse. I'm not sure.
Okay.
What,
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure that.
Was there more than one?
No, there wasn't. No, I just wanted to make sure we were referred to the same one, because that's the only one I was aware of. But no, this is something that, like Chief Osorio had alluded to, this is a fire that we determined, the call came in, we determined that it was on Chevron property. And not only did they receive assistance from us, but they also received it from other entities to being able to put that fire out, because that was also a warehouse fire and it was also somewhat of a brush fire. So we were able to work together to mitigate that incident.
And the other part of my question was how is the city of Richmond reimbursed for our services to Chevron?
On that particular incident, because it was the mutual aid, this is something that's reciprocal between the both of us. And as far as my knowledge, there was no charge for them as when they come into our area also.
Okay, well, that's curious. How often does the Chevron Fire Department aid the city of Richmond?
We would have to do, Chief Osorio, do you have any of that information?
It would have been a larger incident. They responded to some of the wrecking yard fires, Sims Metal Fire. That's usually the larger fires where we have the need for large flows of water or foam capabilities that they can help us with. Typically, the ones that we seek reimbursement on are processing fires where the plant is actually on fire. This was just actually a structure fire along with vegetation fire. So this one kind of fell outside our normal response into Chevron.
Okay, well, thanks a lot for your fantastic work. I really appreciate the work that you do, and I appreciate your connection with the community. So thank you. I was a bit curious about the combining of these issues because I'm sure there's a lot of people that wanted to speak to both issues, and by combining it seems like we need twice as much time. So now I'd like to go over to the police department, and actually the only question that I have has to do with the budget, and we've spent a lot of time trying to understand the cost pool, and I was curious as to why the cost pool went up $2.6 million. Can you break down the cost pool and explain to me why the cost pool went up so much?
Well, Councilmember Martinez, I'm sorry, Vice Mayor Martinez, my apologies.
No problem.
I would like to have our senior accountant, Stephen Linderman, explain it, because I'm probably in your boat where I don't completely understand it.
Councilmember Martinez, if I may, we have several slides that staff are prepared to go over in the next item regarding cost pool. So I just want to let you know that we do have that information because we don't want to put Stephen in a lurch.
All right, so the slides include the cost pool for the police department. Is that what you're telling me?
We can certainly get into that level of detail, yes, but in terms of what it consists of, I'm happy to have finance staff explain that if it would be helpful. But Stephen, if you want to take the first pass, please do.
Okay, well, I wanted the details in terms of the police department, since that's what we're discussing.
And actually, if I could pass it to Mubin.
Good evening, Vice Mayor Martinez and council members and mayor. So we have to keep timing in mind, like this agenda item is actually moving from May 24th to now, and the numbers since have been revised. But to answer your question, why this went up, So a cost pool for the Richmond Police Department went up mainly because of the increased general liability charges as a result of the initially as placeholder put in numbers for based on the actuarial analysis. But since numbers since then have been revised, so if we ran report now for police department, it would be significantly lower. So since this agenda item has moved from the May 24th to now, so that means this presentation was prepared a few days, many days before the May 24th. So at that time, we still had the old placeholder numbers. So again, yeah, I hope that answered your question.
Okay, so the budget that was presented was not exactly a correct one for the present moment. Is that what I'm hearing?
It was a draft budget and supposed to be a draft budget for May 24th.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Councilmember Bates, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll be brief and to the point. This is to our chief of police, Louis. Louis, within the last several days, excessive speeding throughout this city. And as you probably received notice a few minutes ago, a homicide occurred on the south side of Richmond where an individual, most likely speeding, ran into another automobile. And unfortunately, we have a deceased person. How many patrol officers do you have that is assigned to traffic? And knowing that speeding is all over the areas, and we get notice from, especially in the area around Civic Center. What are we doing and what your anticipation of doing to try to cut down on these speedsters who think Richmond is a racetrack?
Well, Councilmember Bates, to answer your question, we have 5 officers assigned to the traffic unit. That's significantly smaller than what it used to be. I believe at its largest, it was closer to 10. So that is a number of officers specifically assigned to the traffic unit. Now, I will agree with you. Speeding and driving are major issues for the city of Richmond, to include drunk driving. And that will likely continue for the foreseeable time in the future. It got exacerbated by COVID, of all things, that I did notice even on a personal level. Once COVID hit, the level of speeding, not just within the city of Richmond, but on the freeways, went absolutely crazy. And so I think all of us have probably witnessed that. I would like to be able to add more staff to our traffic unit. But at this point, I have to focus the staffing on filling patrol shifts, because I do believe that when somebody calls 911 or needs police service, there needs to be an officer who's able to do that. So I can tell you, I would like to add more staffing to traffic, but at the present time, we aren't able to do so.
Is there a possibility, unions probably might reject it, that you can hire officers that deal specifically with traffic without having to be declared a complete so-called police officer, whose primary duty from 8 to say 8, their responsibility would be traffic officers and not bona fide police officers?
You know,
I'm
that's-
just trying to think outside the box, be creative, to get people employed to start making this city safe. Because you know, and I know from the public perception, public safety is the number one priority people expect from any jurisdiction.
Yes, sir. I think it's worthy of exploring ideas, any ideas, including what you just brought up. I mean, there might be some statutory restrictions in terms of who can enforce the traffic laws. I mean, that's beyond the city of Richmond, but I think it's worth looking at. We have obtained grants through the Office of Traffic Safety, which do allow for reimbursement when we do operations for speeding or drunk driving. Those are still in the works, but I agree that looking at any other possibilities to improve traffic safety and just safety in general needs to be looked at.
Okay, lastly, before this reimaging came about, what was the level of traffic police officers in the city compared to now?
I would have to look back at the actual numbers, but I believe we had 6 officers assigned to traffic right before or 2 fiscal years ago. But I would have to double check those numbers for you.
And how many do you have today?
5.
Okay, thank you. I'm finished, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you.
Councilmember McLaughlin.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I want to just start out by thanking the fire chief. Thank you, Chief Montoya, for all your work, and in particular with getting the Fire Safe Council going. I know the community involved in that is very appreciative, but also for being a part of this other group of elected officials and fire chiefs throughout Alameda County and Contra Costa County that I sit on along with you, Chief Montoya, and we're working toward a wildfire prevention coordination group, I think is what we're calling it right now. So that is coming along well, and I want to appreciate your being involved in that and helping us move forward. So I wanted to just say that, and then I will just move to the police. I have just a couple questions, and I'll give them both at once because they are related. Well, there's actually 3 questions. I'll put them out there. First of all, I believe the number of vacancies of sworn positions that you said, Chief Torona, were 28 sworn vacancies. I think that's what you said. Correct me if I'm wrong. And so the question related to that is, what have you done to try and encourage recruitment? I know Councilmember Willis had suggested a billboard campaign, which I think Chief Magnus, former Chief Magnus, who was our former police chief, as we all know, had done some sort of a billboard campaign effort, if I recall. And I'm wondering, I've heard that Oakland is doing something of that nature, and wondering if that's something that RPD is considering doing. So basically it's, recruitment, billboard campaign. Is that something in your thinking? And then the final question has to do with neighborhood council meetings. Are officers going, or perhaps someone from the police department, not necessarily a sworn officer, but whoever is available, are they starting to go to neighborhood council meetings again?
Well, thank you for those questions. To answer them in reverse, the third question is yes. As neighborhood council meetings begin, and they have already begun meeting in person, yes, we will be attending those in person. To answer your question about recruiting, as I alluded to in the presentation, we did implement a recruiting team. Previously, we had personnel who were assigned to the personnel and training unit, who's primarily focused on recruiting and hiring. doing most of the recruitment events. But because of their ingenuity, they presented a proposal to expand that unit on a more voluntary basis throughout the department, throughout training officers, both sworn and civilian staff, whether it's dispatch or records, so that we can have a larger pool of recruiters attending more recruiting events. In fact, I just got an email about a Hilltop recruiting event coming up soon. As far as billboards go, I think that's worthy of looking at, but I do think that that the younger and newer generations, we need to cast a wider net in terms of, especially in social media type applications, which I think will be much more fruitful in the long run, as well as making sure that we get the information out to the general public about what a great career it is to be in law enforcement, and specifically for the city of Richmond. That as a unified effort, we can really make a big dent in all of the vacancies throughout the city of Richmond, to include the police department. That is the focus, like I mentioned, for the police department in terms of recruiting. And you're going to have to remind me about your first question. I apologize.
Actually, the first question was more like a comment, but maybe you could confirm it. Did I get that number correct? 28 sworn vacancies? Yes.
Yes,
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, thank you so much. That answers my questions.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions from council members? If not, we will go to public speakers.
Mayor Butt, I just wanted to make a clarifying statement.
Okay.
On the agenda report, there was information requested by council members pertaining to cost pool for police. That is in attachment 3, page 3 of 7, approximately in the middle of the page. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Do we have public speakers?
Yes, we have 2 speakers. I'll go ahead and start with President Local 188 and Mark Wasberg. The first speaker, you have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Good evening, council members, mayor and staff. My name is Anthony Woodards. I'm the president of Richmond Firefighters Local 188 and fire captain of the Richmond Fire Department. Your fire department is well below its minimum staffing. As firefighters, we signed up to protect our community by any means necessary. We will continue to do so until our service time is ended, but we need your help. In the last 10 months, I personally was mandated to work an extra 490 hours. That's 490 hours that I was forced to work and could not go home. The firefighters for the city of Richmond come to work with no idea when we're going home. Firefighters are stepping up for others and sometimes working up to 20, 24-hour shifts in a row with no breaks. That's 20, 24-hour shifts in a row. So what happens when you work an insane amount of hours? Physically, your body starts to break down. Mentally, your level of stress goes through the roof. And the result, more firefighters are placed on injury leave and the number of stress claims double. Presumptive claims that are being submitted to the city and denied. I hope you all remember that we need to be healthy in order to serve our community. So what do we need to do? We need to forecast vacancies and start the hiring process today. Our last recruit academy that brought in 4 new firefighters took almost 2 years to complete. Those new firefighters then have to complete a 16-week academy. So if we started the hiring process today, those firefighters would provide relief by the year 2024 if we stay at our current pace. I yield the rest of my time.
Thank you. Next speaker is Mark Wasberg, and the following group of speakers after that is Jesse Teran, Lisa Johnson, and Steve Bischoff. Mark Wasberg, you will have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start. Mark?
You hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, the Richmond PD is short 28 cops, right? Now, this is pretty damn stupid of McLaughlin and her dumbass idea that's going to have police officers go to the neighborhood council meetings. What are they going to do? Sit there and listen to all bunch of stupid garbage? They should be out patrolling. That's why. That's their job, is to go out and patrol and keep Richmond safe. The reason why we don't have these officers is because the RPA are defunding the police, because after all this stuff that was happening about a year ago was our country was being swept by a bunch of radicals who hates the cops. Now, Willis's idea of hiring more police is hiring a bunch of criminals. That's what the RPA wants. They want to hire a bunch of criminals to be cops. If you got a police record, you ain't going to be a police officer or a firefighter or anything else. They need respectable, honest people who's going to be in law enforcement. You don't hire a bunch just because they've been clean for 5 years, doesn't give them the idea that they're going to be a cop. Because what happened years ago in Miami, they hired a bunch of people and they turned out to be a bunch of criminals. See, this is a stupid idea the RPA is doing. It's because of the city council. This is why we do not have enough cops. And this is why Richmond PD does not have the license plate readers, because the RPA told them not to implement the license plate readers. Just like they stopped the police checkpoints and said it was a good thing. Just like they wanted to give illegal immigrants fraudulent phony ID cards. This is where they tell the police chief not enforce the law. Magnet goes, okay, I'll let you give these people fraudulent ID cards. So you see how this is why the RPA people got to go, man. Come November, you got to vote these people out of office. Put me as mayor.
Time has expired. The next speaker is Jesse Turan. Jesse, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start. Jesse Turan. Jesse, if you could please unmute yourself.
Sorry about that. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. So with regard to the issue of speeding and ticketing, here where I live on Ryden Road, the cars and the trucks here regularly exceed 70 or 80 miles per hour. And and this road has a public park at the end of it, which means that by law that they should be going no more than 25 miles per hour. We have begged law enforcement to put cameras on the street, to put speeding cameras on the street, to issue tickets to traffic offenders. If they did, it would more than pay for itself, because the level of violations is just, it's hard to conceive of if you've never been here. For reasons unknown, none of our concerns have ever been addressed or really even acknowledged. It's not just about keeping the unhoused residents safe. It's about keeping the park goers safe. It's about keeping the dogs safe who go to the dog park at the end of the street. It's about keeping everyone safe. And as an additional perk, it would make money for the city as well. Just put a couple cameras on the street. The people who speed here tend to do so often, my feeling is, as a way of weaponizing their vehicles to intimidate unhoused residents. And law enforcement just looks the other way. It's as if they're giving a green light to people and saying that it's okay to terrorize the homeless. Think about that. It's not okay to terrorize us with your car or truck, even if you're the post office.
Your time has expired. Thank you. The next speaker is Lisa Johnson. Lisa, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Good evening, Mayor, council members, and staff. I'm calling in support of our public safety servants in this city. You just heard Anthony speak about the issues within fire, and I also want to give some numbers that were presented by Captain Simmons at the CPRC meeting on June 1st. We heard 28 vacancies tonight of the 145. I heard it was 30 on Monday, so hopefully some of those got filled, or last week, excuse me. There's also 18 that were out on leave as of June 1st. If you look at those numbers, that takes us from 145 down to 97 active sworn officers, not accounting for those on vacation, sick, and bereavement at any given point in time, to serve a city that's 52.5 square miles. To meet those patrol needs, they had to reduce, combine, or eliminate many of our investigative units. We no longer have a criminal violence reduction unit. We no longer have an intelligence unit. Our robbery and property theft investigative units were combined. Our homicide unit has fewer officers. The regulatory unit was transferred to code enforcement, and since they are also understaffed, does that mean we even have any regulatory unit in the city of Richmond at this point in time? What does this mean for victims? If you're a victim, the perception is you have delayed justice, if at all. RPD can't be everything and everyone to everybody with understaffed resources. There are 18 officers as of 4/25, April 25th, that were eligible for retirement by the end of this month. An additional 6 by the end of December 2023. That means up to 24 more officers could leave by 12/31/2023. If those 18 retire come July 1st, we go from 97 down to 79 sworn officers. You cannot hire your way out of this mess, and a billboard is certainly not going to do it. We need your support.
Your time has expired. Thank you. The next speaker is Steve Bischoff. Steve, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Yes, thank you, Mayor, City Council members, and staff. One of the things I'd like to note is that a lot of cities are having a hard time filling their police departments. Police aren't necessarily all, people aren't necessarily all interested in being police, but some of the other cities that are trying to fill their departments are doing things like offering incentives, bonuses, whatever. And I don't see any reason why Richmond couldn't do that. One of the other things is in terms of traffic enforcement, it strikes me that traffic enforcement by individual police officers is really hopeless. Problems have gotten worse and worse and worse. There are automated devices that will help you do this, and we really need to use those. I mean, we should have red light cameras, we should have speed cameras, we should have things that we need to try and make a dent in what is a terrible, terrible problem in our city. So I'm sort of hoping that the council may consider something like that. You really need to. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Richmond Firefighters, L188. You have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Good evening, council, mayor, council members, along with city staff. I hope I find you well. My name is Mike Velasquez, Vice President for the Local 188 Richmond Firefighters. I am speaking tonight in regards to the fire chief's analysis of our budget. We are in full support in the ways the fire chief is trying to better our fire department. As you may already know, we have multiple vacancies in our department that has caused massive amounts of overtime and work-related injuries that can be attributed to the workload. Our job is not easy, and many of us have injuries that we cope with daily that eventually we will have to deal with. Keeping the ADR program intact will ensure a speedy recovery and streamline the process for those injuries and enable our members to get back to work. Our members love this profession and this community. We would like to say our fire department is mentally strong and nothing bothers us, but in all reality, some of us are broken. I understand we took the oath and made the promise to provide the best customer service to the residents of Richmond and visitors. But let me ask you one question. How can we provide the best service when we have over 320 mandatory hours put onto our members alone this week? That means 13 firefighters this week don't get to go home when they were supposed to, and fire season is just starting. To sum it up, we are trying to fill a hole that creates new ones. We don't have the bodies. We are working our members to the ground. Our members are getting mandated and have been for years. This issue is not new. Your fire department needs relief. Hiring new firefighters will reduce the overtime and, more importantly, give the current members the time to heal, mentally rest, and spend time with their families. We ask that you consider hiring more firefighters and continue to be an active participant in the ADR program so our members can get back to work. Thank you. I yield my time.
Thank you. And there are no more public speakers.
Sorry, I was trying to unclick. Okay, so the next item we're going to take up is item X3.
Yes. Item X3 is to receive an update on the draft fiscal year 2022 to 2023 annual operating budget and fiscal year 2022 to 2027 5-year capital improvement plan budget and provide guidance regarding budget development.
Good evening, Mayor Budd and members of the City Council, Shasta Curl, City Manager. This evening, we are pleased to bring forward a balanced budget for your consideration. This is our second draft fiscal year 2023 budget and remains a work in progress. We look forward to receiving your input this evening. If we are unable to answer your questions tonight, we will make ourselves available this week to you individually to ensure we return on June 21st with a balanced budget for adoption. I would like to take a moment to acknowledge the hard work and diligence of the city's budget team, finance staff, and all the staff that work across the city to assist with the development of our budget. I would like to commend our new Director of Finance, Delmi Cuellar, and Budget Administrator Mubin Kadar for working with the City Manager's Office and city staff to vastly improve the budget process, budget and finance related communication and transparency. In an extremely short period of time, with the steadfast support of their colleagues, we remain on a path of continuous improvement, but I am delighted to say that we are significantly improving our long-term fiscal sustainability, and we appreciate your continued support as we move forward with this budget process. Next slide. This evening, the items, there are several bullet points listed as an overview for the materials we'll cover this evening. You are going to hear from Delmi, Mubin, Antonio, who's our resident expert revenue czar. You also have staff from HR and risk management to assist in answering questions. There's been a great deal of questions regarding cost pool and general liability and risk management. We'll certainly try to get to all of those in an extensive manner. In addition, LaShonda White, who has been an integral part of supporting the budget process again this fiscal year with Patrick Seals. I want to thank them for their support. We'll be providing an update on ARPA and reimagining public safety. With that, I would like to hand it over to Delmi for the next slide. Thank you.
Hi, good evening, City Council. So tonight, what we have right here is we have the May 3rd. We came to you with the first draft on May 3rd, and we show you the draft budget, which it had a deficit, but it had some pending adjustments of $1,047,000 with a total revenue of $206,360 in revenue and expenses of $206,332 million with a surplus of $27,854. That was the budget that was presented on May 3rd, 2022. Now, Antonio is going to go over the revenue.
Good evening. So at the May 3rd presentation, we talked a bit about the assumptions used in the budget preparation. So I'll not rehash everything here. I do want to touch on a couple of revenue assumptions though. First, in the utility user tax revenue stream, we have what we call the cap, which is paid by Chevron. This revenue stream increases year to year based on a formula that incorporates a very specific consumer price index for the Bay Area energy services. As you have gone through the process, we have been updating our forecast on the most recent data. A more recent CPI was posted by the Bureau of Labor and Statistics. Using this new index resulted in an increase to the cap amount. The May index is actually scheduled to be published later this month, at which point we will see if it has an impact. It could go up or it could go down, depending on that index goes. The other item I would like to highlight is the operating transfer in. The main items that are in the this transfer excess funds is for the revenue collected through the pension tax override. Here we have both revenue assumptions and that are tied to the property tax growth and expenditure assignments that are tied to the known bond payment schedules. If either change, it would cause the amounts of funds available to be transferred to the general fund to change. Next slide, please. Okay, as mentioned, the general fund revenues haven't changed much since the May 3rd presentation. Only line that has changed is the utility user tax with the cap amount for 22-23 was $29.6 million. I'm sorry, 29.6 million was the original projection, and now that projection 29.7, an increase of 130,000. The new amount corresponds to an increase of 13.1% more than the amount received in 21-22. The proposed general fund revenues total 206.5 million at this point.
So in here, what we have is the expenditures assumptions, and we presented this, I believe, last time in May 3rd. Some of the expenditures, they didn't change. They stay at a baseline. Some of them changed by 5%. The budget on the expenditure is also incorporating the MOU changes that are implemented for January 1st, 2023. Next slide. So what we have in here is the budget, the current budget for fiscal year 21-22, as it is right now, with the total expenditures of 195,575 million. And then we have the proposed budget, the new budget, with 201,969,824, with a change of 3.3%. And we can go over in details, or that is also in details. You can see it in your package in attachment 3. You can see the details by department. So what we have in here is we have the May 3rd column, which it shows the revenue of 206, which I mentioned before, and the expenditure at 2.6, with the surplus positive of 27,854. Then what we did is we made some adjustments through now for this June 7th presentation. And then we have this June 7th second draft budget of 206,483 in revenue, 201,969 million in expenses, with a surplus of 4.5 million. And we will go over a little bit of the adjustments that we made in the next slide. So this is the changes that we made. Utility user tax increased a little bit by 127,000. There were some decreases on the general liability charges, worker comp charges, and other transfer out charges that we adjust based on the cost allocation and guidance. Expenditures also increase. Overhead subsidy increased a little bit by 2.6, another by 711. This is the operating transfers out, and transfers out is a subsidy, which is 12,573,000, which is similar to what we have last fiscal year. And let's see, if you want to go over details, for example, employment and training, you can see that it's almost 1,161,000. And then we have a computer refreshment at 100. We have Richmond housing authority subsidy, and we can go in details if you need more information. If you go back to the next slide. So this is what operating transfers out is made of. It's either a subsidy, is either that the general fund provides a subsidy to a program where it's not physically self-sustaining, or city council approves an operating transfers out to support a specific program, or it can be a mandate, like if a grant requires a matching. So, and this is only a placeholder at this time. And if we go back to the next slide, which this one has a lot of numbers, but you can see the right-hand side, the black numbers, or white and black. What we have in here is the overhead. And if you see that there are 4 columns that has numbers, and then the programs on the right-hand side. So these are the programs. And the first column, what it shows is for 21-22, the budget, with 2.9,067,000 on the bottom. Then you have 22-23, that's the cost allocation plan. What the cost allocation plan that we did with the consultant, what they were telling us that we needed to charge, which is 5.8 million. In the revised budget that you have in your package tonight, it has a budget of 3.5 million. So we made a revision of the difference. The difference is that we are not charging the departments. What you see on the left-hand side is some of the departments that are receiving some of those charges. So, for example, the city manager, city clerk, finance, human resources, these departments are the ones who are receiving some of those overhead that we are charging the other departments for services that we provide. Now we'll transfer to Chasa.
Thank you, Delmi. That was extremely helpful. So one of the things that I've been trying to do with this budget process is listen to all of the requests from city council members and implement the policy direction along the way so that you are provided with a balanced budget and you don't receive a list of things that are unfunded with a significant gap. So this slide here before you, I want to take responsibility for the development of this slide. I certainly didn't mean to offend anyone with anything that is noted here. And I simply tried to think about all of the council requests through this budget process, as well as historically where we had complaints. So for example, we have a lot of complaints about the conditions of the built environment. So I included in the budget a request, and again this evening, a request for 3 SEIU maintenance workers, because we get a lot of complaints from residents about the condition of our built environment. So the idea is that those staff members would be a part of our public works team and could work collaboratively with abatement or with parks, and it can be a flexibly staffed team to assist with public works operations as the director deems fit to assist in responding to the myriad of maintenance issues that plague the city. It doesn't replace the fact that we need a comprehensive plan for public works, but it is an acknowledgement that the status quo is not meeting the community's concerns. We have in our budget, in the one presented to you tonight, which again is the second draft, an estimated surplus. So that's revenue in excess of reserves of 4.5 million for this 22-23 fiscal year. In the past, a vacancy rate factor was not included until last fiscal year, and it was 4%. Previously, I did seek city council guidance on appropriate vacancy savings number, and we had a consensus on 5 to 6%. So that's the 8.3 million on the left-hand side. We also have a PTORS transfer of 149,000 and other savings in the amount of 738,000, equaling 13.7 million. So those are the adjustments that we're proposing. So with that 13.7 million, we're proposing something that's, I know, been a priority for the city council as well as for myself and many of the community members, is to make sure that we work to implement the class and comp, and part of that would include COLAs. We also have to understand that we're in an extremely high inflationary time. And so we want to include 5% inflation factor in our budget. We are going through a process with the city attorney's office, finance and risk management to get a better handle on our legal services agreement. So we put a placeholder of 1.5 million. We may need to adjust that number up within first quarter or by mid-year. We have a placeholder for Point Melody related expenses in the amount of 1 million. Also, our paving index continues to be of great concern, so we put a placeholder there for 1 million. We have requests for rethinking how we think about housing regarding a framework for housing first, that's 425,000. We have a request for a public bank participation, the amount of 750,000. There was a previous item approved by the city council pertaining to reparations, equity, and inclusion, 250,000, a literacy fair, 5,000, short-term emergency housing interventions. This is, for example, we have a situation, I don't want to name the affordable housing development, but our partners at RISE and Richmond Neighborhood Housing Services did provide short-term housing assistance for a family that is facing incredible duress that we have not been able to identify a long-term solution for. So this here balances out between proposed adjustments and proposed appropriations. This is just a draft. We welcome the City Council's feedback in moving these numbers around and modifying them a bit, but we thought that it would be helpful to help guide the discussion this evening and to help facilitate conversation. Next slide. Who's going to take on the infamous cost pool?
Mubin, the budget
Thank you,
administrator. You're welcome. So there has been like a heightened attention on the cost pool. So and there has been requests by the council members and the community that what the cost pool is. So I'm going to just basically lay out what the cost pool is in a few slides and try to explain the mechanism behind it. So cost pool is actually a roll-up category for mainly 4 of these line items. One of them is vehicle replacement. The other one is cost allocation, which is the city's overhead. And then there is civic center rent. And then there is risk management general liability. So all of these line items may not be applicable to every single department, but mainly these are the ones which are being recorded in departments when you see the cost pool. So next slide, and I'll go over each category in next slides. So what is cost pool? New vehicle charges. So it's a direct charge, meaning that if a department requests a new vehicle, that there will be a line item to track those costs under the cost pool for that specific department. Let's say, so when a department requests a vehicle, so we book expenditure under the cost pool, and the money goes to vehicle replacement fund. And then from that fund, fleet services makes a purchase for that specific department. So that's if a department requests 2 vehicles, you will versus 1 vehicle from last year, so you will see increased cost pool rolled up category. So that is the vehicle charges. The next category would be cost pool, which cost allocation plan, which is the city's overhead charge. So every core program that the city offers, or the services that city offers, let's assume a hypothetical program, we sell widgets to the community. So the department by itself cannot function. They would need all these departments that are shown below, like city manager, city clerk, city attorney, finance, HR, IT, and facilities and equipment. And all those central services have to support that program, which sells and makes widgets for the community. So, and the costs are basically allocated based on that cost allocation plan that the third party prepares, and which actually consider many different distribution bases for fair and equitable distribution of these overhead costs. Now, and one of the other category in the cost pool is civic center rent. So the city civic center does, yes, the city does own the building, but the city does have mortgage to pay on it. So like basically we have $7.8 million annual mortgage payment for the city hall and the city plaza, civic center plaza, basically. And overwhelming, the significant part of that mortgage payment comes from the general fund, which is about $5.6 million. And then the other rest of the piece is distributed among the non-general fund programs that are residing on the Civic Center Plaza. Some of those are planning, these are the list of those programs, which is planning and building, water resource recovery, encroachment, rent program, and risk management. And cost pool, the risk management charges, the general liability piece is the one which is tracked under the cost pool. So Anil or Sharon, would you guys take over from here? Hand over to you.
Hello, good evening, Honorable Mayor and Council. My name is Sharon Taylor. I work in Human Resources as a Principal Personnel Analyst. I'm going to give you an overview of the risk management contribution to the cost pool. Currently, general liability is budgeted through the cost pool. Workers' comp comes out in a different manner through payroll deductions and is deducted by way of the benefits. I do want to share with you that the costs that go into the general liability and workers' compensation programs is comprised of the administrative costs of the program, which includes staff salaries, benefits, operating expenses, claims costs, also the cost for TPA administration. In addition, the cost formula that determines the allocation is comprised of a weighted formula that includes payroll, the number of employees, the cost of claims, as well as the severity of the claims, to which a percentage is deducted from that amount and distributed to the departments. We can go to the next slide. This is an overview of the risk management budget. As you can see, in our current fiscal year, we have revenue of 18 million, which represents the allocations. We did have expenditures on the budgeted side of 23 million. However, through the budget refinement process for next fiscal year, we are using the 18 million as our baseline salary, and with a, I guess you can say, a minor increase of about 5.5%, we are allocating 19 million to the departments in order to fund the program. Next slide. And I'll turn this back over to my colleague. Thank you.
Thank you, Sharon. LaShonda White here, Interim Director for Community Services. Good evening, Mayor Butt, Vice Mayor Martinez, and City Council members. So I wanted to provide an update around the American Rescue Plan Act budget and let you all know what we are planning to do for fiscal year 22-23. So here, and also provided to you in your packets, are the different expenditures that were allocated as part of the fiscal year 21-22 budget process for various strategies, utilizing 10.5 million in ARPA funds. And so staff, this is an update through April 15th, and staff continues to monitor and look at what are actual spent as well as encumbrances. And so what you see is there's a column which says remaining. And what will happen at the close of fiscal year 21-22, because these are one-time items, one-time expenditures, that whatever is remaining in terms of items, funds that were unexpended for that particular strategy, what will happen is those, we will re-budget those funds that were not spent in fiscal year 21-22 into fiscal year 22-23. So any unspent funds from any of these items that were not spent in this fiscal year will be rebudgeted so we can continue to do the work in these individual strategies. If that's not clear, I'm available to answer any questions, as well as finance staff. Next slide. So here are our proposals for fiscal year 22-23 for the Reimagining Public Safety budget. These are the 4 strategies or intervention areas that were recommended by the task force and approved by City Council as part of the fiscal year 21-22 budget. The revenue for these 4 items, which in the current year totaled about $6.8 million. That funding was the majority of that came from the general fund, with a small amount, a little bit over 400,000, coming from in lieu fees. Next year, what is being proposed is what you see in front of you. So for YouthWorks, 1.9 million is being proposed. That is what was allocated in the current year. We did not spend all of that revenue or all of that in the current fiscal year. And so we are still budgeting that exact amount for next fiscal year, because that will allow us to pay 500 youth, as well as additional. Right now we have 2 staff that are allocated towards this intervention area, but we want to increase the number of staffing so that we can effectively support the 500 young people that we want to provide jobs and training to through this program. So that will stay at 1.9 million. The unhoused intervention, having that be baseline at 1.8 million. And then for Office of Neighborhood Safety, right now in the current fiscal year, it's set at 1.6. We did not spend all of that because our hiring for the 10 additional FTEs did not happen as quickly as we thought. And the initial allocation provided by council was 2.5. But in the current fiscal year, because we knew there was going to be a ramp up period, we prorated that and did a budget of 1.6. So we're bringing that back up for next fiscal year, because hiring, we've already hired about 4 staff. And so hiring is ramping up, and we think we'll have all staff hopefully on board going into the next fiscal year or the very beginning of the fiscal year. So the majority of the funding is to cover the cost of staff. And then there's a small portion that is to support providing services through community-based organizations, which we will do an RFP for. So we are budgeting what we believe we will need to meet the needs of the community with regards to that intervention area. And then we are keeping community crisis response at baseline for the current fiscal year at $1 million. Next slide. And turn it back over to City Manager Shasa Crow.
Thank you. Again, I would like to thank all the city staff involved in this process, especially our budget analysts. Bert and Vernesia do a lot of work behind the scenes to make the budget process run smoothly. So really want to acknowledge and thank them for their efforts. And want to just briefly remind everyone of the calendar and trajectory we've been on thus far. Our goal is to have a budget for adoption on the 21st of June. So on the 28th at the study session, we can work on other matters for the City Council's consideration. But if that's not possible, we can certainly have the budget adopted on June 28th as well. We're trying to be early instead of right on time. So with that, Mayor Butt, I would like to turn it over to you and enable staff to answer questions.
Okay, questions from council members. Councilmember Bates, go ahead.
I believe Councilmember Bates is, oh, good.
There he is.
Okay, just 3 questions. We're paying $325,000 to rent control. I was under the impression they were self-sufficient, that they have a fee structure that they do not get money from the general fund.
Councilmember Bates, in looking at the administrative record, it appears as though historically the cost allocation plan has not been fully implemented. So everything from Marina Bay to the Hilltop neighborhood, anything that, and there was a list, Mubin, if you can bring that slide back up. There's a list of the Housing Authority. Those all receive a subsidy. We are currently working with our city attorney, Dave Alshire, and based on inquiries from numerous council members and correspondence from the RIP program, to develop a study to address this matter. But we wanted to make sure to enable the rent program to continue to operate. And so what we budgeted for them is a baseline of what they had last year, whereas everyone else increased at 5%. City staff is continuing to go through the administrative record to better understand what past practices were, but that remains a work in progress.
All right, the other question has to do with the public bank.
Yes.
$750,000. We haven't even started a public bank. Why is it that we are budgeting in anticipation of spending $750,000 of taxpayers' dollars on something that probably will never even come to fruition?
I don't want to speak out of turn, but I believe there was an item that came before the city council in the past. Mayor Butt, should I continue, or Councilmember McLaughlin rose her hand?
You call it. If you want to answer it, that's fine. If Councilmember McLaughlin wants to answer it, that's fine too.
I don't want to hear from Councilmember McLaughlin. I want to hear from staff.
Okay, go ahead. City
Okay,
Manager.
so Councilmember Bates, my understanding is there was a study session on this item before, and there was a request that the city participate. And so we are, these proposed appropriations are not, they're meant to be the items that the city council has asked for on their checklist, and or policy directives like the reparations, equity, inclusion item that we understand are a high priority for the council.
Okay, the last question is, the reimaging committee, you indicated that was something like 8 million plus. What was the total amount? 1.9, 1.8, 2.3, and 1. What was the total amount of money that's being allocated for the reimaging committee?
The concept there was that staff held essentially at the baseline budget and made a small adjustment in reduction in ONS. And so I believe, LaShonda, the total is
right now it's a little over 7. It's like almost 7.1 million for next fiscal year. And as the city manager stated, that is mostly at baseline, except for the fact that the Office of Neighborhood Safety's budget went up by from 1.6 to 2.3, because in the current year we prorated it, knowing that we would not be able to hire all the staff.
Well, I'm glad you pointed out it's almost $7+ million. And therefore, that clearly indicates why we do not have the adequate number of police officers on the street protecting this community with speedsters all over and etc. So the public need to understand where their money is going to and why the police department is shortage. Thank you, I'm finished.
Councilmember Jimenez.
Thank you, everybody, for the presentations. I think I will start with the reimagining, and I believe that also, like, it's really confusing sometimes to see these, because when you see how much money actually was spent this year is less than actually the allocation. So all the remaining money went back to the general fund and is going back. So it doesn't mean that $8 million is going to be allocated just for this year. It means that some money, I believe $4 million that were not spending went back to the general fund and now is coming back. Is that true? And just wanted, you give the right numbers, LaShonda.
Oh, yes. So the way in which we will budget for reimagining public safety is in the current year, there was a budget of about 6.8 million. And in the agenda packet, you saw up through April 15th, what we had spent to date, which is not a huge amount of money. So any funding that, any revenue or any money that we did not spend in the current fiscal year will go back to the general fund at the close of the fiscal year. And what we have done is we rebudgeted what we needed for next fiscal year.
Okay, thank you. So, and I am going back to the first. So ARPA funds, you mentioned, you put it there, and my question is why was so little actually spent, right? And I send you these questions so you have them. And so I am going to read all of them, and I hope that you can answer this. Why has the Housing and Development Initiatives, I believe that was Richmond Rapid Response Fund, only spent $15,000+, and when I believe we allocated $600,000 to give to residents in need? And also, what is the $180,000 encumbered for? And then the rest, the other, I think like it will be good. And I don't know that you can have that report for tonight, but it will be good for us and the public to have a report of how the funds has been disbursed and who has received them, this in relationship to the Richmond Rapid Response Funds allocation. So
thank you. Thank you, Councilmember Jimenez. I appreciate the questions ahead of time. It definitely helps for us to be prepared to answer questions. So the city, and if Lena Velasco is on, she can help me answer any of these questions. Thank you, Lena. But the city did enter into a contract with the Ed Fund, and the Ed Fund is the fiscal agent for the Richmond Rapid Response Fund. And if I'm not mistaken, Lena, we did enter into that contract, our council approved that contract in February, and we, it was executed in April. And so in terms of being able to spend money, it hasn't been that long that we've had an executed contract. And so we have been working with the Ed Fund to make sure that all of the requirements of the reporting guidelines in ARPA, that we fully understand them, because the final rules came out during that period. And so we want to make sure that we are all on the same page and we're going to get the right information back from the Ed Fund so that we can report back to the United States Treasury as part of the city's reporting requirements. And so we only recently received, maybe 6 weeks ago, if I'm not also mistaken, Lena, an invoice for funding for them to be able to disperse. The good thing is that because Richmond Rapid Response Fund has been in existence, they have provided cash assistance directly to those most impacted by COVID in the past with CARES funds, as well as other funding from other organizations and philanthropy. They've also provided rental assistance through a collaborative of other community-based organizations. They're set up and ready to go. So once we make sure we're all on the same page and reporting and everything will be in place, they'll be able to issue and provide support. So when that happens, you will have, and we will be providing and preparing reports, not only to Treasury, but also to City Council, not just for that item, but for the rest of the items as well. Lena, do you have anything you want to add about that one?
Lena, LaShonda, could you mention the technical assistance that you're going to seek pertaining to ARPA just for the council benefit?
Yes, so ARPA, because it's the federal government, we want to make sure we're doing everything correctly. We do have staff, including myself, that have tried our best to make sure we understand all the rules and regulations, but the final rule that came out is over 400 pages. And so what we are in the process of doing right now is creating an RFP, drafting an RFP, so we can get some on-call technical assistance to make sure that we are dotting our I's and crossing our T's. We do not want to ever have to pay any money back to the federal government. And so we are being very cautious and thoughtful about how we move forward with all of the different allocations. So actually have a draft of the RFP for technical assistance, and we hope to get that out soon. So like I said, we can have on-call support for things that we want to just run something by a consultant that has that expertise. But so thank you, Shasta, for bringing that up. Lena, do you have anything to add about the R3F contract?
I think, LaShonda, you did a great job of describing where that contract is. I'll just add the additional expenditures are forthcoming. We are having to do, as part of ARPA, is competitive bidding. And so, as you know, that can create delays in the process as well in terms of getting RFPs drafted or RFQs. Them opened and then going through a selection process. So we are anticipating bringing another contract forward for some of that work in July before the August recess.
So this 184 that is encumbered, what is encumbered for?
So there's a combination of work that's being done. So 50,000 of the homelessness strategic plan is being funded through these ARPA dollars. The other 50,000 is coming from a grant from All Home. There's also work related to the housing element update and the housing equity roadmap that's also being funded through the $1 million. So we just haven't received a lot of invoicing because that work has just started, as you may be aware.
Okay. So I will expect that this information is available soon. Okay, moving on. Thank you for this. Les Delmi and Mubin, thank you so much for looking at all these things. Yeah, the cost pool, and thank you for the presentation about the cost pool. The cost pool has been an attention that I had been I had been paying attention to that, and I have some questions about. You have some, like, for instance, like the cost recovery engineering. you don't charge it, and I just would like to know why there is no charge in the cost, like in the fund is 1051.
The fund 1051 has been closed down, so we
Okay.
can't charge them.
Okay, that is. So I want to know, you had been talking about the actuarial, and I had been asking for that study, and I haven't received it. So, and I had been asking since quite a bit. So I hope that you can just put it in attachment and send it to me, so I can see the formulas and the methodology that has been used to that. So what are the assumptions that you gave to the actuary to do the actuary report, and why you are now saying that we are going to have 5% cost pool allocation?
I would try to like there are like two or three different questions wrapped in one question. So so when you say, like, why are we increasing cost pool by 5%? So I mean, we are applying 5% increment to like overhead, one, because the cost allocation plan that was given to us by consultant seemed to be like seemed to have like a significant increase compared to current year's budget. And the reason was because cost allocation plan, the overhead plan, was never operationalized in the past. So all of a sudden, when we came, when the new management came into the city of Richmond, and we wanted to do everything by the book, and we hired consultant and to do the analysis, to give us the numbers, objective numbers based on the historic data and all that, and all the distribution basis. We did that. So it turns out, it was a drastic increase, and those were not feasible for the departments for a lot of like, non-general fund units. So like, and then since to accommodate that, we said like, okay, we can incorporate these cost allocation plan increases gradually, as opposed to drastic increase, and also research on why these were not operationalized in the past, since a lot of people have gone from the cities who were part of the implementation at the time. So for that matter, we basically looked at the past last 1 year, 12-month average inflation rate has been, and we indicate the source on the presentation as well. So we applied that 5% indication, 5% increment to the overhead charges. And then again, it was basically because the cost allocation plan implementation would be drastic, and a lot of the, and yeah, so that was the reason. And information provided to the actuarial. So I believe that question is related to the general liability charges and the workers' comp charges. So like those are the two charges where the actuarial studies are applied, and I would defer to risk management staff to explain that.
So the actuary takes into account at least 5 years of claims. We put him in contact with our TPA. We use Bigmore Actuarials, and they send the loss runs for at least 5 years of data. Based on that, as well as our experience and our history, the actuary will perform an analysis in order to find out what the probability of what our future expenses for the workers' comp and the general liability programs. I can give you a more detailed response. I don't have that all in front of me, and it's also delineated in the actuarial report. So when you receive those, it's also outlined there as well.
Okay, thank you. So I look forward to receive that and meeting with you all to continue this conversation. I think like my last thing is I also sent a lot of questions about the capital improvement project, but I am going to focus on one and to make a comment. And one is about traffic safety improvements. As we know, the community has been interested in seeing what are the infrastructure that we can do to provide more traffic safety. And in that, you have an allocation of $300,000. And I wonder for what it is and if that is enough money. And now we are going to be looking at the local safety plan. So I asked about how these allocations take into account the local road safety plan is so. So if you have any information about that would be great. And then after that, I will make my last comment.
Councilmember, could you wrap it up? You're way over your 5-minute.
Okay, so I will want that answer, but another thing is that in terms of like Chasa, thank you so much for providing how the ideas of spending the $13 million. But I will add that we look into monies for traffic safety infrastructure. I think that is something that our community is talking a lot about. I am going to have a meeting with some of the residents to see that. So I would like to know if there will be some possibilities to include some monies for that in our budget. And I would like to give Director of Public Works time.
Councilmember, I'm gonna ask that we move ahead. You know, we allocate 5 minutes for questions and you've gone over 6.
Okay, the community is not going to have the answer about public safety improvements. Okay.
Well, I would like to cede my time to Claudia.
Well, you can't do that. Let's
well, I can if you allow.
No, look, it's my job to run the meeting. Those are that 5-minute limitation is in our it's in our council directions, and we got to move this meeting on. You know, it's almost 10 after 10, and we've only gotten through about 3 items. We got to learn to move these meetings. We can't spend all night talking about a few things and then let half the agenda go to the next meeting and then again and again and again. We got to show some discipline. Okay, let's move on to Councilmember McLaughlin. You have questions?
Mayor, but may I offer a compromise? For the 1 million that we have in the paving index, if the council is so inclined, we can, the Public Works Director over the next week can look at that in his virtual time before he goes on vacation and try to help provide some guidance in terms of how we can appropriate those funds to address the community's concern around safety. Thank you.
All right, Councilor McLaughlin, go ahead.
I will hold off on my questions so we can move forward. I'm very concerned that we get to the local road safety program presentation tonight because funding is contingent with us hearing this presentation tonight. So anyway, I'm not going to ask any questions. I'll ask them outside of the meeting.
Councilor Bates, you still have a hand up. Are you done?
I apologize. I'm finished.
Okay, so I had a couple of quick questions. You showed $1 million allocated to Point Melody. What's that for specifically?
It's a placeholder. Sorry, it takes sometimes I can't unmute myself fast enough. It's a placeholder for expenses associated with Point Melody.
Well, like what?
Security.
And maintenance?
Yes, but there is some funding for maintenance. And so staff is working on putting together a list of items that will need to be allocated to that line item.
So there are also 5 lawsuits pending on Point Melody. Are the legal services related to those lawsuits covered in the 1.5 million legal services?
The analysis on what will be required for legal services agreements is not yet complete. And so we will likely need to make adjustments.
Okay, so these are just wild guesses, I guess, right?
They are placeholders based on the information staff had available in time for the item to be published. So we ask for the council's flexibility as we receive additional information.
Okay, and since this is just an opportunity to ask questions and express opinions, I have some similar concerns with something that's been brought up before, and that's the $1 million to the Richmond Rapid Response Fund. You know, when this was originally allocated, we were still in the throes of COVID, and there are a lot of crises out there, and you know, that's changed a lot. And the money that we allocated to it has not been spent. And as far as I know, the Ed Fund and its operation of the Richmond Rapid Response Fund is pivoted from from helping people in dire straits with basically trying to build their own trying to build their own institution. And they're spending money on things like capacity building and that kind of thing. So I don't need an answer. I'm just saying that we might want to rethink that. If they haven't spent the money by now, it probably wasn't needed. And we ought to look at maybe trying to get some of that back. And I'll express the same concerns that Councilmember Bates had about the reimagining public safety. $8 million, a lot of that's unspent. And I think we ought to really take a good look and see if we're getting value for that. It's kind of like the Richmond Rapid Response Fund. It's come to have gotten a life of its own, and the Reimagining Public Safety Task Force is, they're into empire building and perpetuating themselves and becoming an institution, rather than spending money on things that need money right now. So those are my comments.
Mr. Mayor, can I actually make one comment? I know I said
Sure, go ahead.
I just want to say in terms of the rapid response fund, and your comment about it not needed anymore, I can tell you it is still needed. I just got an email today about one of our subsidized housing projects where the rent is due. I believe it was after March 30th that the state money was supposed to be applied for by landlords or tenants, and at this point that deadline has been passed, and the evictions for non-payment of rent are going to start. In fact, this subsidized housing project is about to start with that. So I think we still could use whatever funding we have for rapid response, for helping with rent payments, should be in place. And I could say more, but I won't.
Well, my point is not that it's not needed. My point is that it should have been spent. There are plenty of places to spend it. We all know that we have maybe 100 people still living out at Ryden Road and Castro Street in RVs, and in my opinion, that's a crisis. And this money could have been spent, putting them into housing. And somebody apparently thought that wasn't that important. It was more important to sit on it. So I'm just saying, maybe the Richmond Rapid Response Fund has not been a good steward of rapid response funds. And maybe we ought to find somebody who will actually spend the money on what's needed rather than sitting on it.
Okay.
But may I offer another compromise, please? So on June 16th, Ms. Velasco, our Community Development Director, has a housing manager that's scheduled to start. We understand that the council across the spectrum has ideas and suggestions related to housing, as well as the unhoused and temporary housing needs. And so it's our expectation that person will take a complete review of the programs that have been in place and provide some options for city council's consideration. So just want to let folks know that that person is starting on June 16th. So help is on the way.
Okay, hope springs eternal.
Well, we can't just leave Michelle and Lena in the lurch forever. So I'm so pleased we have someone starting that's highly skilled and can hopefully help us get to some resolution on these complex issues.
Okay, do we have public speakers?
I do not see any public speakers for this item.
Okay, so I think that brings us to item 4Y4, the presentation on the draft local roadway safety plan, right?
Yes. Item Y4 is to receive a presentation of the draft local roadway safety plan and provide feedback.
Very good. I guess we're up. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, council members. Good evening. Joe Leach, Public Works Director. With me this evening is Patrick Phelan, Infrastructure Administrator. Patrick's going to kind of go over the local roadway safety plan and a little bit about the process and public engagement that we went through. We also have McLean from Fair and Pierce. Ryan's a registered civil engineer and traffic engineer. Fair and Pierce is our on-call consultant and happens to be the consultant that we retained to help us through the local roadway safety plan process. And again, to reiterate what our esteemed clerk read, that what we're seeking this evening is presenting the report to you, the draft report, receiving input from both the council and the public, and then bringing the item back to you hopefully in July for adoption. And as to the point that Councilmember McLaughlin made, this is a key component for additional funding, which Ryan will speak to as well. So we're going to move expeditiously through our presentation. But first, Mr. Phelan will make a brief comment about the process and that we undertook.
Thank you, Joe. Thank you, Mayor Butt and members of the council. As Joe expressed, I'm Patrick Phelan. I'm the Infrastructure Administrator in the Public Works Department. I've been with the city for over 11 years and have been the project manager for this effort since our traffic engineer left last year. A local roadway safety plan provides a framework for organizing stakeholders to identify, analyze, and prioritize roadway safety improvements on local roads. The plan, or LRSP, proactively evaluates hotspots, areas with higher rates of documented traffic incidents throughout the city to identify the proven countermeasures that can be implemented through the current and future capital improvement plan. This will be the first comprehensive safety plan for Richmond. The plan will assist the city when it applies for safety infrastructure funding sources. For example, the Highway Safety Improvement Program will require an approved LRSP. Applications for this fund are due in mid-September, so it is important that the council approves the plan before the August recess so that we don't miss this opportunity. So thank you very much for letting us present. The city hired one of our transportation engineering consultants, Fair and Pierce, to assist in preparing the plan. Fair and Pierce are experts in their field and have worked on multiple projects and plans in Richmond. Staff from the engineering division provided background information and developed geographic information system layers of traffic data, such as posted speed limit, speed surveys, traffic counts, and traffic signal details. Fair and Pierce conducted a safety analysis investigating collision records from 2015 to 2019 to describe historic collision trends and identify high-risk locations. This information is the primary resource for the plan and was used to develop collision trends, a high injury network, collision profiles, a countermeasure toolbox, and 4 priority project locations. A stakeholder group was formed to ensure the plan was developed with various perspectives. The group included representatives from City Council, as well as staff from Community Development, Fire, Police, and Public Works departments. Fair and Pierce and city staff conducted targeted outreach with the RISE Center, the Richmond Bike Ped Advisory Committee, and other groups. Wider audiences were reached with the planning engagement effort called Travel Safe Richmond, which I hope you've all heard about. A website was set up with an interactive map for the public to submit safety concerns and improvement ideas. An online community workshop was hosted in December 2021 and an in-person event on May 18, 2022. Presentations were also made to the Richmond Neighborhood Coordinating Council as well as neighborhood councils. Travel Safe Richmond also includes a bike ped action plan, and outreach and development of that plan continues. The draft LRSP includes 12 emphasis areas, a combination of 4 priority corridors and 8 collision profiles that were identified based on the number of total collisions, number of fatal and severe injuries, and stakeholder input. Each priority corridor is presented on a cut sheet with strategies to help the city achieve the identified safety goals and seek relevant grant opportunities. And with that, I'd like to pass things over to Ryan and pull up our slides. Thank you.
Thanks, Patrick. Good evening, Mayor and council members. So Patrick actually covered a lot of these slides, so we can get through a bunch of this pretty quickly and jump into kind of some of the conclusions that we got to. So as soon as the slides are up. Great, thank you. So we can go to the next slide. And as Patrick mentioned, this is Travel Safe Richmond encompasses a couple different things. So this local roadway safety plan, which was funded under a Caltrans grant, is one piece of Travel Safe Richmond, with the bike and pedestrian action plan being the second piece. But also Travel Safe Richmond will hopefully be this program going forward that looks at improving safety for the city's transportation network. Next slide. So Patrick gave an overview of the LRSP. I want to go over some of the citywide statistics that we found out of this data collection effort. Patrick talked about outreach already. I want to mention the safety vision for Richmond and then go through the collision profiles and priority corridors that Patrick mentioned. Next slide. And this is similar to the process that Patrick just mentioned. And this is a process that it goes beyond City of Richmond. It's also something that Caltrans is funding for a lot of different cities in California, and also goes out towards the feds and approaches that they're pushing for transportation safety. Next slide. All right, so getting into some of the specifics that we found, looking at the collision data. Next slide. So as Patrick mentioned, we looked at 5 years worth of collisions, 2015 through 2019. And over that time period, we saw 1,531 crashes, and 142, so 8%, were severely injured or killed crashes, or one person was killed or severely injured. At least one person. And so we use the term KSI for those, and that's kind of one of the focus areas. Those are the type of crashes that we want to be looking to reduce as much as possible. So basically what that shows is on average 6 people are killed each year on the roadways in Richmond. Next slide. And this is the trend over that same time period, looking at 2015 through 2019. Showing a general increase in crashes over that time period. And that goes across vehicles, pedestrians, and bicycles. Next slide. Another collisions by mode. And what we're showing here is that when you look at all injury crashes, 80% are vehicle-vehicle crashes, where 13% involve a pedestrian and 7% involve a bicyclist. But once you look at just the fatal and severe collisions, you end up with a much higher split towards pedestrians, especially. And those are because they're the most vulnerable users on the road. And so a crash involving a pedestrian is more often going to result in a fatal or severe injury. Next slide. This is just showing a map of the city and where a lot of the collision hotspots were occurring. So green is all injury crashes, then orange is severe injuries, and the black dots are the fatal crashes. And we'll come back to this as we show kind of some of the focus areas. Next slide. As Patrick mentioned, there's been community workshops, stakeholder meetings, the web map that's up, and it continues to be available to make comments. And then this process that we've gone through in terms of reviewing the draft plan. Next slide. So the vision statement that we came up with coming out of the stakeholder meeting and hearing input from the community, traffic safety impacts the health and comfort of all those who live and travel in the city of Richmond. The implementation of this plan is a step towards making the transportation system safer and more equitable for users of all transportation modes. So I think it's really important to see that vision and really how we approach this plan. Next slide. Some of the specific goals to address that vision are obviously to reduce collisions, do so through an equity lens, making sure that investments are happening across the city and not just in certain neighborhoods, improving pedestrian crossings, especially near schools and other high activity areas, again, trying to address that overly represented portion of KSIs that involve pedestrians. Nighttime visibility, we found that that is one of the components to what's resulting in crashes. Looking at encouragement programs, so encouraging people to drive slower and DUI prevention through that. Overall, looking at climate resiliency and how does that tie into what mode people feel safe using. So if we're going to encourage more people to bike and walk instead of drive, then there needs to be the infrastructure there and it needs to feel safe to do so. Post-crash care, so this is meaning if there is a crash, how quickly that person can get care and what kind of care there is going to help lower that number of fatal and potentially severe injury crashes. Next slide. So now I'm just going to run through some of the profiles that and so this is looking at those 5 years of data and what types of trends do we see coming out of that data that we need to address to start to address the crashes that we see and the safety issues that we see in the city. So first one is unsafe speeds, which we've already heard tonight is a big concern for a lot of the city. And the trends that we're seeing is this is representing a lot of the vehicle crashes, it's representing a lot of the bicycle crashes, where unsafe speeds is actually cited as the primary collision factor. And so there's also speeding though resulting in non-severe crashes as well. So we can address all of those through addressing the unsafe speed issue. Some of the countermeasures, so we matched countermeasures to these specific profiles. Road diet, so reducing, say, a 4-lane road down to a 2-lane road, 1 lane in each direction with a turn pocket is one of a really great way to start to reduce those speeds. When people can't pass slower moving vehicles, then the slowest vehicle starts to control that speed. And there's a lot of places in Richmond where that's a realistic countermeasure to do. And then traffic calming elements as well, which we've heard a lot about of people wanting in their neighborhoods. Next slide. DUIs, so we definitely saw DUIs popping up as an issue in the city. And there are countermeasures to address this. Again, a lot of targeted outreach. There are grants through OTS that were mentioned earlier tonight. Rumble strips along the edge, say, of Richmond Parkway to alert people when they're starting to drive off the road. Those are the type of countermeasures. And then again, anything that helps to start to address pedestrian safety hopefully improves things for when people are driving under the influence as well. Next slide. The age group that we saw pop out from the data was the 15 to 24 age group. This is consistent with a lot of other locations where we're looking at this data, but that age group is overrepresented for KSIs and actually crashes in general. So again, 19% of pedestrian KSI victims are falling in that age category. So again, this is another one that can be a focus of targeted education. So, outreach to schools, to colleges to help address this. Next slide. Stop sign violations. So we saw this be 13% of all bicycle collisions and 14% of vehicle KSI collisions. And this is where people are just running stop signs, and this applies to both two-way stop. Well, actually, this one involved primarily two-way stop, where one approach or two approaches to an intersection are controlled by a stop sign and the other street is not stopped. So a few of the countermeasures that can go to address this are always stop signs, so adding a stop sign in all directions, adding advanced stop bars just to further indicate that people need to stop. This is another one where adding in red curb to improve sight lines at stop signs can help. So a lot of countermeasures that can be used to help address this. Next slide. Left turns at signals. So this is where left turning vehicles are striking pedestrians or other vehicles at a signalized intersection. And a lot of this comes where there's not a dedicated phase for left turning vehicles. So they're just going when there's a break in traffic. And so we saw in a lot of areas that became an issue where those vehicles then were turning when it wasn't safe to do so. And that was 11% of pedestrian collisions. So obviously one way to address that is to add in the separated left turn phase. So you get a left turn arrow that's separate from the pedestrian crossing phase. And then also things like making the crosswalks high visibility to just further enhance and make drivers aware that pedestrians are in the area. Next slide. Pedestrian right-of-way violations at uncontrolled crossings. So this means when a driver is violating the pedestrian's right-of-way, so not yielding to them when they are in a crosswalk. And this is at uncontrolled crossings. So this is when it's not at a signalized intersection. It's not a stop sign where the driver has to stop and let the pedestrian cross. This is at a crosswalk where a driver is required to yield to the pedestrian, but is not doing so. So 21% of pedestrian KSI collisions involved this as a primary collision factor. So ways to address this are enhancing crosswalks, making them easier to see, flashing beacons that the city has implemented in places, curb extensions to reduce that crossing distance and make pedestrians more visible, and median refuges so that pedestrians have a safe space to wait if they only cross half of the road at a time. So a lot of different improvements that can be made here. And again, a lot of opportunities to implement this throughout the city. Next slide. Pedestrians crossing outside of legal crossings. So this tends to get marked as the pedestrians at fault. So they're not crossing within a designated crosswalk, sometimes termed as jaywalking. But some of the issue is that a lot of times that's because there's not a good place to cross that's safe for pedestrians. So there's still countermeasures that can be put in place to address this, including new mid-block crossings. So if there's a desire line that's not being met by the current pedestrian facilities, is there a way to address that through new crosswalks and that sort of thing? Also, pedestrian barricades is a countermeasure to put up to try to help channelize pedestrians to locations where you want them to cross. Next slide. Contraflow bike riding. So this is where a bicyclist is riding in the opposite direction of traffic. So say on the left side of the road, often this is on a sidewalk, and often this is a place where there's not a dedicated bicycle facility. So one of the frequent crash types we see is bikes riding in the opposite direction and a driver's turning out of a driveway and looks to the left, but doesn't look to the right and doesn't see a bicyclist approach. And so that's where the crash occurs. So one of the countermeasures to address this is actually adding in bike facilities so bicyclists have a place to safely ride and encourage them to do so. So this represented 17% of bicycle KSI collisions. Next slide. So those were kind of the broad categories and trends that we saw throughout the city and ways to address those. And the idea is that can be used anytime work is being done at a certain location, or we have maps that show where each of those crash types are happening. And so those can be proactively addressed as other projects are moving forward. But we also wanted to pick a few locations, 4 locations, to prioritize improvements on. And so that's these 4 locations: 23rd Street north of Grant, 23rd Street and the 23rd and 22nd Street couplet, the Barrett Avenue from Harbor Way to 24th Street, and Cutting Boulevard from Hoffman to Carlson. So next slide shows how this lays out on that crash map. So these are areas where we saw a lot of orange and black dots and a lot of green dots as well. So look to prioritize those locations. They also have similar characteristics. So if we go to the next slide. So really a lot of the same countermeasures work in all of those locations. So that's things like the road diet. Most of these are 4-lane or more lanes wide. So again, reducing the number of lanes helps to address a lot of the issues that we talked about. Adding in bike facilities. There's not bike facilities on these roads. Enhancing the pedestrian crossings. There's a lot of locations that have crossings that are not controlled by a signal and may just have crosswalk striping, and that's about it at this point. Traffic calming, again, looking at addressing that speed issue, which directly results in more severe crashes when the speeds are higher. And then adding in the protected left turn phasing to give a dedicated phase for left turning vehicles and remove the conflict between them and pedestrians and other vehicles. So all of these actually really apply on all of those corridors that we were highlighting. So that's the end of the presentation. Tried to move through there pretty quickly, but happy to address any questions that you all have.
Questions from council members. Councilmember McLaughlin, go ahead.
Yes, thank you for the presentation and for all your work in community engagement along the way here. As you may remember, there were a bunch of residents, parents in particular, concerned about safety on Carlson Avenue, kids needing to go to the preschool, parents needing to walk the kids across Carlson. So I believe that was left by way, we had a Zoom meeting about it, and I believe it was left by way of saying there would be some interim measures that we could implement. The whole local road safety plan will have a comprehensive plan to truly address road safety throughout the city, but some simple measures might be able to be implemented, like the flashing lights on a crosswalk or other types of approaches that could address the safety issues that people are feeling right now. So could you verify that that is still an approach that that city staff and consultants are supporting, and how would that be implemented? Would we first, I mean, and what is the time frame for when these short-term, these more immediate interim solutions could be put in place? I don't know if that's more of a staff question than a consultant question.
I think, Councilmember, I'll start. So I think what we've kind of commissioned Ryan and Farron Pierce to do is specific to that particular area, the Carlson, Tehama, that particular area that we've had a couple meetings on, is to look at the proposal that one of the residents put together in terms of some comprehensive area-wide traffic calming, and to look at that, to evaluate it, and to come up with some phased implementation to address some of those issues, as well as if there's additional data collection that we need to go through. Because we really want it to be both community driven as well as data driven, kind of marrying those two. And then having Farron Pierce come up with a strategy for phasing and implementation, and then the city, between Patrick and I and staff and council, determine funding sources for it. So I think the idea with the local roadway safety plan is garnering input for that, as we talked about previously, to make us eligible for both state and federal funding for some of the larger projects. And then the smaller things we can get through potentially through CCTA, Measure U, and things along those lines.
So would you say there's, like, I know there's some residents that have just recently emailed again about wanting a follow-up Zoom meeting or where are things at? What kind of a response can I give them or can we give them as to when some of these interim or phased approach solutions might be implemented?
Great question. And I'll have to circle back with Ryan and Patrick on where we're at with developing the scope and fee for a kind of a larger study.
Mhm. All right. So when you get some understanding of that, if you could let me know so I could convey it to the residents who are concerned about this.
Absolutely.
Thanks.
Councilmember Jimenez, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you for the presentation. I have a couple of questions. One is maybe the question around, like, you put a street safety in the capital improvement of $300,000. Is this something related to this or kind of like the short term? That is one question. The other question that I have is about, you mentioned 23rd and maybe kind of like reducing the lanes, but I don't know if you had noticed that the traffic in that area in rush hour with 4 lanes is insane. So people are going to yell at us if we just put it 2 lanes. So I just wanted to have that kind of like response about what it could be done that also doesn't affect more traffic in rush hour. And then the other part is that people have been, resident has been complaining about donuts, and I didn't see that as part of kind of like the data that you have. But I saw that some of the proposed engineering solution can also be a solution for that issue. And then going back to, and my last question will be, I have been receiving a lot of also complaints about donuts on Barrett Avenue and Keith Boulevard. I am having a meeting on Monday with some of the residents, and I wanted to see what I can also answer that is not, oh, we had to have a study, we had to have all of these, because people need solutions right now. So I just want to, and then in terms of, maybe my last question is also, in terms of the budget, you put it, the solution, but are you coming with a budget, how much this is going to cost? And like where, like you mentioned, there are some grants that can be can be done to get some money. I just wanted to know more about the funding so that we can start talking about this as a real possibility, not just as a plan that it can be in a bookshelf. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, council member. And that reminds me, I did not cover the next step slide, which will answer a lot of the questions about the grant funding. So are you able to present that again?
See if KCRT can pull up. It's probably like the last 3 slides, right, Ryan?
It's just it's the last slide.
Oh,
yeah.
okay.
And Councilmember Jimenez, I did want to mention that we did actually apply to a grant a few years ago and proposed to install a roundabout or traffic circle at Barrett and Key. Unfortunately, that grant was unsuccessful. But I presented to the East Richmond Neighborhood Council and got their support on that. And so perhaps that's something that can be revived or relooked at.
Yeah, if you can just go to the last slide, I believe it's 24. So next steps on this, and this gets to your answer or your question about funding and opportunities for that. So we're looking towards adopting the LRSP in the next couple months. And what that will do is qualify the city for Highway Safety Improvement Fund program funding for the nearer term projects. Those applications are due in September, but require that there's an adopted LRSP for that. And what we're looking for, and yes, hear you loud and clear on the traffic issues and concerns and needing more outreach on those specific projects that we mentioned. But there's some lower hanging fruit, easier types of projects that can be done on those corridors, like improving the pedestrian crossings and the left turn phasing that could go in a near-term project. And then we would look to do additional planning and outreach for the longer term projects that, and actually the 23rd corridor has had several planning studies done and some updated drawings on that. But again, thinking through that those are less straightforward to remove vehicle lanes. So more planning and outreach for those longer term. But in the near term, there's still things that can be done and funding available for that. And adoption of this plan opens up that funding. And then the last thing that last bullet on here, I just wanted to mention that the idea behind this is that the strategies that we just outlined can be used for any roadway projects ongoing. That this should be used to think about, when say a road is getting repaved or something along those lines, is this an opportunity to improve safety? And so that's what we're also hoping to accomplish with this, is to leverage these strategies on other projects. And then your last question about the donuts, those don't appear specifically in the major crash data. So in the KSIs, the sideshows do not show up as hotspots around that, but those intersections, because they're large intersections, and which is what attracts people to use those in part, can be addressed through various strategies like the bulb outs, the median islands, that sort of thing, to tighten up the intersection, which has the safety benefit and also discourages the donuts in the center of the intersection.
And Councilmember McLaughlin, or Jimenez, speaking to the $300,000 that was mentioned during the budget presentation for traffic safety, that's what I believe is our baseline amount towards traffic safety, and we can utilize it for some of these short-term first phase implementation of calming measures, and so that really is at our disposal. Once it gets into something that's larger, more extensive, then we'll have to seek out additional funding options. Again, through Contra Costa County Transportation Authority, or other options, OBAG's coming out, which is the One Bay Area grant. There's a variety of transportation funding options that are coming out in the next 6 months to a year.
Thank you.
If I can also add, I just wanted to mention that in addition to the issues that we've been working on Carlson Boulevard, that we've also been meeting with the May Valley Neighborhood Council, because they have similar complaints on Valley View Road and on May Road, and specifically about donuts and performance driving on May Road at Santa Rita Road. And so we've been going through a similar process of coming up with quick build, short-term, cheap, and longer-term ideas for how to rebuild that roadway to make it nicer for the residents and for people that are trying to use it at normal speeds, and less desirable for people that want to spin donuts. I wanted to also mention that I went to a workshop today for the One Bay Area grant, which is actually due on July 15th already, which is pretty soon. So that's another grant fund that we will definitely be looking into. They mentioned that an approved local road safety plan, it's not a requirement, but you get extra points for it. So I challenge the council to approve this this plan by July 15th. There is also the Safe Streets and Roads for All grant program coming out from the feds, which is new this year. That's due later in the year, but that's another fund that we will look at.
Thank you so much. And I think like I challenge the council to make some moves tonight so we can move quickly because this is something that we need to get all these grants and the community is asking us to do that. So thank you.
So can somebody tell me, do we, I know this is to receive input, and we've done that at least from council members. Do we need to vote on it or tonight? Do we need a vote?
I would say, Mayor, no, not at this time. I think what we would want to bring back is a resolution that's part of the adoption process. And
Okay.
so you've provided us sufficient input. If there's more input that council members want to provide, and then the public, then we would take that input and incorporate it into the final plan and bring that forward for you for formal adoption.
Okay, do we have public speakers?
Yes, we do.
Okay, we have Jesse Turan. Jesse, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Hello. So we get a lot of these sideshows taking place at the end of our street here. And I've seen them, and it seems to me that they would not be able to perform the way they perform at these sideshows if there was any sort of texture on the street. The way they spin these donuts, they have to have a smooth surface. If those little bumps, those little traffic nub bumps were used all, in like strips around the intersection, it would dissuade and possibly even stop the sideshows from taking place because they couldn't do the moves that they want to do at those locations anymore. And those nubs are super, super cheap. The little bumps where you drive over them, they go boom, 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 boom on your car. They can't do sideshows with those there. They rely on smooth surfaces. Texture the surface, which will be super cheap, super easy, super fast to implement, and you'll have taken care of the sideshow problem. And an additional thing, if you put more traffic cameras, once again, these people don't want their identities known. They don't want their cars being identified. The cameras would substantially help to dissuade those problems. Someone's going to get really, really hurt at these sideshows. Those cars, it's insane how close they come to the audience. Anyway, I yield for the rest of my time.
Thank you. I have one more speaker. I have Garland Ellis. You'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Hello, Mayor and City Council. I understand the concern of the last speaker. The only problem is those same bumps that dissuade donuts are also very dangerous, especially when you have a wet pavement for motorcyclists and bicyclists. Any of them trying to make a turn, hitting any type of bump like that is very likely to wipe out. Unfortunately, I've known people personally who've done so on a motorcycle and almost killed themselves. One has to be very concerned about the traffic measures that they incorporate on the streets, not just thinking of one group of people, but all of the people who use the street. Some of the things that may persuade people to go slower are also unsafe for other groups of people. I think there needs to be a lot more input, not just from specific groups of people in this city, but by many of the neighborhood councils. Ours, for example, has been studying this issue for more than 40 years. We presented many, many ideas to the engineering department. Unfortunately, many of them were too expensive and the city decided not to do them. Also, because staff changes so often, many of the ideas that we present get lost over time. And so we have to constantly present them to the city staff in hopes to try to get one or two things accomplished over a period of time. Hopefully there's a lot more input before all these plans are implemented. Thank you.
Thank you. There are no more public speakers.
Okay, before we go to the next item, it's It's 5 till 11, so I'm gonna need a vote to continue the meeting after 11 o'clock. If somebody wants to make a motion.
I make the motion that we continue after 11 o'clock
I second.
So what was the motion again?
to continue the meeting after 11 o'clock. This is what you say, right?
We only have one item, correct?
No,
No,
we
we
have a
have
bunch of items.
bunch of items.
So I guess you want to continue it for any particular item or just continue it till 11:30?
Until we finish.
Well, why don't, Councilmember Jimenez, why don't you make it till 11:30? Because then we have to figure out, we have to suspend the rules after 11:30 if we want to go beyond then.
Okay. Okay.
So we're just going to extend the meeting in general till 11:30. That's the motion.
Now, yeah. I think that's.
Okay, and the motion was by Jimenez and seconded by whom?
Vice Mayor Martinez.
Vice Mayor.
Seconded by Martinez. Okay, call the roll, please.
Councilmember Bates,
Yes.
Councilmember Jimenez,
Yes.
Councilmember Johnson is absent, Councilmember McLaughlin,
Yes.
Councilmember Willis is absent, Vice Mayor Martinez,
Yes.
and Mayor Butt.
No.
The motion passes with Mayor Butt voting no, and Councilmembers Johnson and Willis are absent.
Okay, the next item is W7A, and I took it off the consent calendar because I understood a young lady wanted to read a short poem. And I understand that she's no longer here. Can you confirm that, Madam Clerk, or can I ask, I believe her name is Sierra, is she here?
I do not see her name on the attendee list.
Okay, well, unless she pops up in the next minute, I think what I'm going to do is simply ask that we go ahead and take this item up, but take it up as a consent calendar item and just have a quick vote on it and then move on. So why don't you go ahead and read it and I'll move it and we'll see what happens.
Item W7A is a proclamation declaring June 2022 as Diversity Celebration Month in the city of Richmond.
Okay, any questions from council members?
Move the item.
Yeah, any members of the public? I got to give the public a chance, okay? Not seeing any, we have a motion by Councilmember Bates.
Second.
Second by Martinez. Let's vote.
Councilmember Bates,
Yes.
Councilmember Jimenez,
Yes.
Councilmember Johnson is absent, Councilmember McLaughlin,
Yes.
and Councilmember Willis is absent, Vice Mayor Martinez,
Yes.
and Mayor Butt.
Yes.
The motion passes with Councilmembers Willis and Johnson absent.
So the next item we'll be taking up will be W2A. Will you read that, please?
W2A, okay, so, let's see, sorry. W2A. W2A is to amend the direction provided by City Council on December 21st, 2021, which appropriated $50,000 for flex funds for vehicle repair and servicing to expand the terms under which these funds can be spent to be overseen by the Community Development Department.
And that's your item, Vice Mayor. You want to introduce it? You need to unmute yourself, please.
I guess that helps, doesn't it? Back in December 21st, 2021, we allocated $50,000 of flex funds for vehicle repair and servicing. But in the meantime, there were a lot of complications, such as mechanics not wanting to go to Ride and Road to look at the vehicles and various other issues. But in in the interim, we discovered that that there's a lot more issues than vehicles, and that the money would be better served if we expanded the scope of for the money. So I believe that Lena would be able to give a better history of how that took place, since this was something that took place with staff.
Yes, good evening, Mayor, council members, Lena Velasco, Director of Community Development. So as Vice Mayor Martinez mentioned, we did release an RFQ, a request for qualifications seeking on-call auto mechanic services in February of 2022. In addition, we issued a vehicle repair form of residents of Ryden. We received 14 requests, and most were requesting repairs for 2 vehicles, including an RV. We also identified that several of the vehicles were not registered in the names of the participants, and so it sort of raised questions as to whether or not we should be repairing vehicles that are not in people's names. The repairs varied, which included new transmissions, new starters, motors, brakes, electrical work, smog checks, check engine lights, and tires. And in the application request, some residents acknowledged it may actually be cheaper to buy a car than it would be to repair it. A lot of the cost of the repair work was unknown. But as Vice Mayor Martinez mentioned, we did issue the RFQ. However, we did not receive any responses, and even called several mechanics to see if they would be interested in this work. Unfortunately, none were. A lot of them were expressing, one, that they were really busy, but in addition, they were also having issues securing parts. And so that's where we are now, and we're trying to get some council direction about potentially expanding the use of those funds to meet other basic needs of the residents, which could include auto repair, smog check registrations, but would also allow them to use it for moving expenses, possibly paying rent, or making other repairs to their vehicles or households.
Okay, are there questions from council members? I don't see any. Are there public speakers?
Yes, I have 4 speakers. I'll go, and the list is growing actually. I'll go ahead and call the first group of speakers. It's Terry Dunn, Don Gosney, Lisa Johnson, Catherine Ruby, and Jesse Turan. Terry Dunn, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Thank you and good evening. I appreciate this opportunity to talk about freeing up this $50,000 with more flexible considerations. Mayor, you wisely pointed out the concern about funds not getting spent to address these issues. The request to change the language doesn't add any further expense to the city. It just puts, it releases the money to the residents who need the support. The money's already been approved by the council. The city will disperse the funds, and there will be transparency and accountability with the disbursement to this vulnerable population. So thank you for your consideration of us being able to put the money to use for the people who need it, so that change really can happen at Ryden Road. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Don Gosney. Don, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Thank you very much. At the last meeting of the Reimagining Public Safety Community Task Force, we had a report from SOS Richmond, and they told us, they reported that the only auto repairs that they had effected at that point was duct tape on the top of the RVs and roof patching material to keep the rainwaters out. They didn't say anything about fixing transmissions or tires or registrations or anything like that. Perhaps, from what I understand from Lena, perhaps that's being handled by a different department or different group of people. I don't know that. But I'm a little bit concerned about what the previous speaker just talked about with the transparency, because we haven't seen any kind of real transparency about any of the money that's been spent on these homeless encampments yet. We've asked for an audit. And that's only been 6 months now. I don't know how long it takes to have an audit. But we keep asking, where is the money going? Because we're hearing from a lot of the people that are living there, where the hell is the money going? And they're reporting about security guards that really aren't securing anything. They're talking about meals that are overpriced meals being sent in from San Francisco. They're talking about all kinds of things that aren't happening that they were promised. So if we're going to talk about transparency, let's actually define what transparency means. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker is Lisa Johnson. Lisa, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. This item was approved nearly 6 months ago as a contract amendment with HCEB, and then it was met with considerable and legitimate concern regarding effective use of taxpayer dollars and management by HCEB. At the time, certain council members claimed that the encampment would close by December 31st, and that the $50,000 was needed to immediately assist the rehousing of individuals at this location. All Ryden Road residents were required to fill out a form regarding those proposed flex funds. Yet in 6 months' time, no public report was issued of that survey, let alone what was happening with this site. Vice Mayor Martinez made a motion several months ago, which was unanimously passed, directing staff to conduct an audit of the millions of dollars that have been allocated to date to homelessness issues, including RTEBN, HCEB, and SOS. We are still awaiting that audit. Until the city can accurately account for all money provided to date and legally respond to outstanding Public Record Act requests in a timely manner, there should be no additional monies provided. The money given to SOS and other groups have not been spent. Over $3 million has not been spent. $2 million of that with ONS and the community crisis response teams. That money this budget year could have been more effectively spent on taxpayers' needs and services for them. It wasn't spent. We need to see the results of the audit, and you need to be financial stewards of the money. That's what you're elected to do. Many other cities and communities within California have effectively moved forward to more appropriately assist unhoused individuals. The city of Richmond should save its funds for policies and actions that broadly serve and impact the entire city and more successfully address unhoused encampments. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Catherine Ruby. And the following group of speakers after that is Jesse Teran, Peyton Silkett, Leah Murray, and Darnice Linton. Catherine Ruby, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Hi, I am Catherine Ruby, and I am with Collaboration and Faith in Action East Bay. And I am here to speak in favor of the $50,000 in flex funds being issued to the current residents of Ryden Road in the manner that best serves them. I don't think everybody needs car repairs. Obviously, there have been problems around that particular issue. And I know that some of those residents could really use those funds for other things to improve their lives, or even to move out of the area and into housing or near other family that can be helpful to them. And I would really like to see that happen. And in support of this, I would also like to suggest that I did a little bit of research online. There have actually been hundreds of studies and pilot programs all over the world to see what would happen if cash was given directly to extremely low income and homeless people. And the large majority of these folks end up spending that money in ways that are beneficial to them, such as getting food and clothing, taking classes, getting jobs, getting houses. So I feel like the residents at Ryden Road understand what their needs are. They understand what that money would be best used to serve them. And I would like for consideration to be given towards other things besides just car repairs.
Thank you. Next speaker is Jesse Turan. Jesse, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Okay, so first of all, I just want to say that I absolutely agree with the woman who spoke previously, saying that there really needs to be a forensic accounting of past monies which have just sort of disappeared. I just want to put that out there. That absolutely 100%, I agree with that. That said, with the current $50,000 in flex funds, we need that money. And that money needs to be distributed to the homeless residents of Ryden Road and who it was supposed to, intended to benefit. Because we are trying as hard as we possibly can to comply with the demands of the city council. We are trying as hard as we can to comply with the demands of the neighbors and our community. But we can't do that without resources to register our cars, to fix our cars or replace our cars, to do what needs to be done and can only be done with money. Some people have, I don't know, parking tickets or traffic tickets that need to be paid. The way that it's written now, there's not enough flexibility to allow us to do what needs to be done to make the city council happy. And we are trying. We are really trying. If we can't register our car, then our car could get towed away by the police, and then we have to replace the car, which would be far more expensive than maybe getting a tire fixed or something like that. It would be far more cost effective right now to release these funds to us so we can take care of the problems. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Peyton Silkett. Peyton, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Thank you. A plane ticket, gasoline to get to work, life-saving medications, women's sanitary pads, rent. These are all things that are very much so needed by residents at Ryden Road. But the current language of this motion does not allow for these $50,000 to account for. As you've already heard some speak, and you will hear more people speak about all of the needs that they have to be able to be met and able to accomplish the goal of what they're really looking for, which is to move or to find a safe and stable place for them to just live their lives the way that they need to live. This money has already been allocated and it's been sitting there. Just as Mayor Butt has already expressed the need to continue, if money has been allocated, to use it. Or why will we just let it sit there when it could be helping the case? And so these $50,000 is a prime example of that, something that was allocated in December. And it's an opportunity for us to learn and to grow. And this is an opportunity to right a mistake that happened a few months ago. And now the residents are just simply asking for that opportunity to do what's right and get the money into their hands so that way they can meet those needs, repair those vehicles, or do whatever else, buy a plane ticket to where they need to get to be with their families. This represents the values that we're all looking for, which are unhoused residents standing up and trying to take responsibility for their own lives, which I think is something many of us on this call appreciate. That they're not just laying around and waiting for handouts, but they're saying, if you promised us something, let us use what you promised us and watch and see how well we're able to use it. I've been out there, I've heard their stories, and I know who they are. Go ahead and watch them use it well. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker is Leah Murray. Leah, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Thank you. Good evening, council members. My name is Leah Murray, Executive Director of Collaborizing. We are a local nonprofit that advocates with and for unhoused residents in Richmond. Collaborizing believes in transparency and accountability for all agencies that are contracted by the city. We agree that the money used for the benefit of Ryden residents should be scrutinized by the public. In fact, we called for it. The public should also be aware of the physical and emotional hardship of being unhoused. If you want to understand homelessness and realize the humanity of our unhoused neighbors, I encourage you to develop a one-on-one relationship with a Ryden resident, and I invite you to become a Ryden Road ambassador. Information about this program is listed every week in the city manager's report. I support, and Collaborizing supports, expanding the terms and language in order to disperse the $50,000 flex funds for Ryden Road residents. These funds have already been set aside and they do not create an additional burden to the city. Please help the residents to help themselves by releasing these funds immediately. We all know that it's extremely expensive to live in the Bay Area. 1 gallon of gas is nearly $7 and over $7 in some places. We are not asking for a handout. We are simply asking for funds to be dispersed that were already promised to the residents. Let's help the folks at Ryden Road live with dignity by assisting them with their basic needs until adequate housing is found for them. I yield my time.
Thank you. Next speaker is Darnice Linton. You'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start. Darnice, if you could please unmute yourself.
Okay, how's that?
That sounds good.
Okay. Mayor Butts and City Council, I support the expansion of terms to release flex funds to Ryden Road. I have incurred debt as a direct result from promise made to me by ACEB prior to new management at Ryden Road encampment. Having access to these funds will help me get out of debt and meet basic living expenses. I encourage you to allow the flex funds to be distributed among former and current Ryden Road residents. I yield my time. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And I have one more speaker, me being me. You'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Hello, good evening, council members. Thank you for the opportunity to hear a brief part of my life. Over 2 years ago, I bought an RV to save money on rent, but due to medical problems, financial problems, and abusive relationship, I found myself struggling. Also, to find a spot to park an RV was a nightmare. I was told by a Richmond police officer to take my RV to Ryden Road. Then shortly after that, the pandemic hit, and myself and many others were told to stay put. It has been an eye-opening experience for me to be a resident of Ryden Road. I have experienced the loss of an RV due to someone else's negligence, theft. The rats have devoured many times wiring in my vehicle, and just being afraid and feeling ashamed. This is not the life I would have chosen. There's a lot of good people that can be affected greatly by this flex fund. Some would fix their vehicles, pay their registration, and or relocate to be close to their families. With your help, myself and a lot of good people could move forward with their lives. Thank you.
Thank you. And I have 2 more speakers. I have Jesse Toberman and Amanda Jenkins. Jesse Toberman, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start. Jesse Toberman, if you could please unmute yourself. Okay.
Hello.
You can go ahead and start.
Hi, everyone. I'm talking about the allocation money for Ride and Road. Like everyone else here, we didn't choose to be where we are. Most of us were just forced into what we are. I would like to say that most people do need, fixing on their vehicles and or able to do what they want with the money. And maybe we should, get equal proportions for that and divide it up, or let people decide if they want to fix and register their vehicle or relocate, maybe some housing vouchers or something like that. I just want to say I was promised my registration by staff from previous groups and never received anything about it, not even an inkling of what was going to happen or transpire. I'm glad that everybody else is trying to speak up for us, because nobody really seems to listen to us at all, since we are living on the street and they do think of us as trash, which is kind of ironic. But I want everybody to just be on the same page and have the funds go to what they need to be appropriate to. So I'm going to forfeit my time. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Amanda Jenkins. Amanda, you have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Good evening. My name is Amanda Jenkins. I'm a resident of Ryden Road. As a resident of Ryden Road for almost a year now, I can tell you a lot has happened. However, the focus for us tonight is the $50,000 in flex funds that was allocated to Ryden Road residents for vehicle repairs and registration several months ago. I'm here tonight to ask the City Council to allow for more flexibility regarding the $50,000. This flexibility would open doors for residents to repair vehicles that are worth repairing or purchase new ones for those that are not worth repairing for whatever reason. It would also allow for people to be reunited with family that or with an option to buy a bus or a train ticket, plane ticket to be with their family rather than to repair a vehicle. Or the flexibility also could help people with insurance for that vehicle, or any number of things out here. As stated before by so many other people, there's so many different needs for people that live out here. We didn't all ask to be here. We do want to be out of here. We're not trying to be a burden to the city or anybody else. We just are trying to live like everybody else. And it's really difficult to live out here. It's very expensive. I don't know who thinks that being homeless is cheap or not expensive, but it is. It's very expensive. And we just really need that money to make our life a little bit smoother so that we can get on about our future. Thank you.
Thank you. And there are no more public speakers.
So I had a couple of follow-up questions for the sponsor of the motion, or sponsor of the item. Why is this limited to Ryden Road? There are more people at Castro than there are at Ryden.
Well, I believe there's more funds that are allocated for Castro, and this 50,000 is really 50,000 is not that much money. There's 25 vehicles at Castro, so imagine how far that 50,000 would go if we included Castro. I mean, we have to be logical about this, and Castro, I mean, a write-in is a more visible situation. And the people at write-in had been promised money to help them. So it's just following up on what was proposed previously. This is not asking for more money. It's just asking for a wider distribution in terms of purposes.
Okay, is there a motion?
I move the item.
I second it.
second by Jimenez. Before we vote on it, I just want to say, it's no secret that sometime back, I basically abandoned what the city's doing with all its homeless funds. I can tell you that the $1.5 million that the city has spent mostly at Ryden Road, some at Castro, could have been used to provide an apartment for 50 or 60 people. And I think that instead of taking these problems head on, I mean, we're talking, the definition of a person who's homeless is a person without a home. And if we can put people in a home, that's called the housing first strategy. And we're not spending any money on that. What we're spending money on is perpetuating perpetuating these two RV camps. It just doesn't make any sense. We need to, if we've got money, we ought to use it to pay rent for somebody so they can move into an apartment. So I'm not going to support it. Councilmember Bates.
Well, this has to be what I consider one of the most embarrassing situations this city has been involved since I've been on the council. There's $1 million+ that have been expended. No one knows how the money was spent, whether it was spent wisely or what. Now you got $50,000 and you're going to throw it out there again. And nobody has any plans of who get what. Some people get $100, others get $5,000. There's no complete, there's nothing organized. And that one lady who spoke in reference to having a program that would be accountable seems more logical to me than anything. How do you take 50,000 and divide it up among 100 or 200 people? Do you give them all the equal amount? Or do you give some $100 and the others a $5,000? I'll tell you, it's taxpayers' money and it's not accountable. We have not seen an audit of the 1.5 million and how it was spent. And now you want to spend another $50,000 and you don't know how it's going to be spent. Is it going to be equitable, or does certain people who are friends of certain individuals get the lion's share and those who are not get zero? No structure, no organization, nothing, just taxpayers' dollars. So I will not be supporting the motion.
Councilmember Jimenez, go ahead.
Yeah, I just like, we have all these alternative facts that have been built by doing like repeating lies all the time. So first of all, the money that has spent can be like, I think Lena and the city can provide information about how that money is spent. I don't know if it's $1 million. Lena can like talk about that. And the other thing is that like another alternative fact that is put in there is like that is $1.5 million plus $50,000. So it's adding and adding and adding. It's just like getting in this thing about the Trumpism, about repeating lies and lies until it becomes the truth when it's not. So the money that is here, it was already allocated. This is no new money. And the only thing that is going to be happening is that it's going to be expand the requirements for spending that money, because what people are learning here is that probably that money just to put it in one use, it wasn't enough. And I agree with the first house, like we should be looking at that. But guess what? The program that the mayor is championing only had been able to allocate to put 7 families in housing. So
okay,
it's not easy.
excuse me for interrupting you. It's 11:30. And unless I get a motion and 5 votes to continue this meeting, I'm going to adjourn it. So anybody
We
want to make
should
a
vote.
motion?
We should vote. We should vote. Let's
Oh,
vote.
no, we need a motion right now to continue this meeting, to suspend the rules and continue the meeting. So,
I will make a motion to suspend the rules so we can vote.
okay, is there a second?
I'll second it.
Okay, call roll, Madam Clerk.
Councilmember Bates,
No.
Councilmember Jimenez,
Yes.
Councilmember Johnson is absent, Councilmember McLaughlin,
Yes.
Councilmember Willis is absent, Vice Mayor Martinez,
No.
and Mayor Butt.
No.
The motion fails with council members Johnson and Willis absent and Councilmember Bates, Vice Mayor Martinez, and Mayor Butt voting no.
Okay, this meeting is adjourned. Good night.
Good night.
Good night.
Good night.
Good night.
Bye.